Hello? Hello? Hello, Jolly. Hi, Pepper. Hi, Zuggy. Hi, Golsif. How you guys doing? How you guys feeling today? How's your Thursday? I will never get over how loud this is. Whenever it shows up, there it is. I will never get over how loud that is when you're just logging in. It's so much, it's so extra. Your Thursday has been okay? Hey, I'm glad to hear that. Thursday is great, had lunch with the boy and a happy panda. Let's go, Pepper, let's go. So it's going well then. How long has it been now? The Shadowbringers one is louder? They're like, we should tone it back, but still be extra. Let's still be as much as we can, but reduce it just a little bit. Minus me getting so hungry, I started getting tired. I imagine that was not good. Yeah, that's you literally running out of energy, I'm pretty sure, Jolly. Did you eat something? Almost 3 months. Time's flying, Pepper. Time is absolutely flying. All right, where did we leave off in video game? We were, oh yeah, we were traveling Azizla, and I'm pretty sure we're like done traveling through Azizla. I think it's mostly just like big serious stuff happening now. A lot of the cutscenes have been voiced, so that's telling me something big is coming. Shadowbringers one hurt my ears every time I logged in. You ate the foods? Let's go. Cutest animation in the game? It's so cute. Dude, Lalafels are perfect. There's literally nothing wrong with Lalafels. You cannot tell me something is wrong with them. I will not listen. It will not be heard. Right, flying in Midgardsormr, right at the end. I forgot about that, Izagi. So let's get right on back there. Let's get right on back to Ozzy. Oh shoot, where is it? Hingashi? That doesn't sound right. Where am I? Gurabania? This doesn't sound right either. Where? Who? Dravania? Idleshire? Mogholm Zenith? No. Guys, where was I? It's Dravania? Which one is it? Is it Zenith? It might be Zenith. No, it's not Zenith. Idleshire doesn't sound right either. Helix? Helix? Do. Did I attune? Did I attune anywhere? It's not this one. Oh, Ablatholia's spine. Thank you. We got there. There we go. Okay, crisis averted. Crisis averted. This is why I didn't want to log out, because I knew I'd be lost. I wanted to keep going so I didn't get lost like this. I gotta find you, Terra, before you do anything, because I need there to be there as you finish Heavensward. Bet. Here we go. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay. So I can now fly. We can now Midgardsormr. Let's go. And we had to fly up somewhere. I think it was up here. That looks right. That looks correct. You just use the teleport button. Can you do that like for main scenario quests? Oh, this would have, yeah, I should have just clicked this. I should have just clicked this. It would open up this map for me. That would have been better. Are these words? I think you're just making sounds. We're making Final Fantasy related sounds, Pepper. I promise they're words. You got a new glam and stuff? Dude, I was half tempted to buy the edgy glam that I wanted, but I'm not gonna just yet. Not just yet. If anything, I'm gonna go back to my poncho and my little paperboy hat, because he's so cute. Also not me at level 74 Dark Knight now. Weren't you at 68 last time we were playing? You're schmoovin'. Ah! The quest is called Heavensward. Heavensward? Heavensward. I think maybe we're at like the last segment of Heavensward. It's literally called Heavensward. It's level 60. I think this is the end. Leveling isn't that bad for tanks and healers. If it's like other MMOs, you could probably just spam dungeons, right? Did 9 levels in like 5 hours last night on a white mage, damn. Welcome to Flagship, Master Sir. You are almost at your destination. Warning, intruders detected in the vicinity. Please eliminate them if you wish to proceed. Okay. Oh, I need my carbuncle. What are you flying on? Is that a little bee? Is that an angry little bee? That is so cute on Lalafels. That is precious. It is a bee. It's kind of more like a larva, but it's cute. My party lead? Eh. I don't think I'm party lead. Rip. Rip, Golsif. Where are we going? Right here. Oh, to a dungeon. Literally straight to a dungeon. It's a good thing we logged out when we did last time then. Shoot, can you promote me to party lead? Boom, boom, boom. Oh, not there. What am I doing not flying? What's wrong with me? Thank you, thank you. Do, 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 do. Warning, intruders approaching. I'm ready. Like Five Nights at Freddy. Oh, there's a medicus there. Yep. Always the medicus first. As is tradition. I'm doing so much dabblage. I'm so powerful. Becca, hello. Becca, how are you? Your weapon is the Dark Knight level 70 class weapon. I feel like all the class equipment, at least for Summoner that I've seen so far, has looked so nice. I feel like they did a good job making all the class armors feel really unique and really cool. Oh, good, just working on some stuff. Let's go. Being productive could not be me. Could not be me. Restriction lifted. You may enter the facility at your leisure. Ending guidance. Aw. Unknown energy source detected within the Aetherochemical Research Facility. Please exercise caution. I am pleased to have been of service to you, Master Sir. Please send my regards to Master Wedge. Deactivating. Aw. Aw. Wait, it's sad. Aw. Little circle boy. He's dead. He's dead, Jim. We gotta move on. We have to avenge him. The base class weapons are usually not super exciting, but the relics and upgraded crafted primal ones look amazing. This isn't like class specific, right? This is just like shit I've picked up. Yeah, no, this is just shit I picked up from like quests. I don't know if I've really seen many of the class weapons. It's not as flashy as your ice and fire one that you were wielding. It is still nice and intricately designed. It's just not as flashy and obnoxious. Okay, enter with a party of others. And this one. And join, right? We're good? God bless healers. God bless healers for my cues. Thank you, Golsif, for playing healer. If it's a white background, it's guaranteed it's crafted. Okay. The winged book I showed you last time was a relic. That's one you have to really, really grind for, right? It looked so cool, Izagi. It looked so cool. The reason I have that weapon and not the Fire Nice one is because it's a pain to look at. It's too bright. It's cool, but it's too bright. It took a couple days to make, being lazy. That's not bad then. The Aetherochemical Research Facility. Do a little one of these ones. A little O/. My item level has been synced to 180k. This is really cool. Would have been longer if it was relevant. Oh, it was level 60 cap and you were doing it as level 90, right? So that's checking out to me. That makes sense. Becca, how far did you end up getting in the A Realm Reborn, like post A Realm Reborn? Like, have you met any new characters? Like, what's happening? Because Becca was actually like TikTok streaming post ARR, and I was unfortunately watching Lord of the Rings at the time, but I had her behind me and just slightly heard her talking, but I couldn't grasp fully where she was. You're on 2.2. Working on the Tower of Crystal. Oh, right, that whole section. Right, that makes sense. There's some good stuff in post A Realm Reborn if I remember correctly. Yes, King Moogle Mog! I loved it. The music in there was absolutely fantastic in King Moogle Mog's fight. It's very like Tim Burton, and I love it, love it, love it. This whole place is very like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not like cyberpunk, but just very like magic technology. Whoops, I got aggro. I always like that. That's not new, right? That Final Fantasy has always done like magically infused tech. I don't know much. That was so loud. I don't know much on my like Final Fantasy lore because I've only really played a bit of 10-2 and a bit of 12, but I remember that being a thing. Soma! Magitech was first in 4, so yeah, it's been around for a long time then. Terab, I need you to play every Final Fantasy ever. You know what I was thinking? I was actually thinking maybe going back and playing at least the big Final Fantasies that I missed. Like everyone loves 10, everyone loves 7, and I think that's it in terms of like really beloved Final Fantasies. I may go back in time and play them. Oh, we got a boss fight. Not 10-2? Well, listen, we play 10 and then we play 10-2 because I loved 10-2, okay? Dude, Pain in Final Fantasy X-2 was my spirit animal. Enough. She's absolutely an entire vibe. Oh, I'm being aimed at by something? What's happening? I should probably kill that. Is this bad? I feel like this is bad. I'm a bit of an empath, and I'm sensing this thing is not very nice. Okay, there we go. We're fine. Enough. Final Fantasy XV had a comeback and is generally liked now. The release was rough though. All I remember, help! All I remember of 15 was that it was just like not canonically named, but it was playfully named Gay Road Trip. And I'm so here for it. Oh? That doesn't seem friendly. In the name of the Emperor. In the name of the who? He got cut off. In the name of the Emperor. I'm a bit of an empath. It pointed a scary laser at me, okay? I picked it up through my empathy. I could feel it. It was not a friendly intention from that turret. Actually, my bad. I'm mixing up 6 and 4. 6 heavily featured Magitel. 6 is also the same theme from, have I played, maybe I watched one of my brothers play 6, because I feel like I have some like deep, like, I would have been like 10, mind you, but I feel like I have some like deep-rooted nostalgia for 6, because the Magitech armor plays Final Fantasy VI's theme, right? Like the da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, and it's like weirdly nostalgic for me, even though I've never played it, and I don't know why that is. Empath. This is Final Fantasy 9? Wait, VII, that's 14. Final Fantasy 14, no, that's not 14, what is that? That's 13, Final Fantasy 13 Erasure, and I want to stand for it. Literally, what happened in Final Fantasy 13? Which one was Final Fantasy 13? I remember Final Fantasy 12. Wait, that's 8? I don't know my Roman numerals! I don't know my Roman numerals at all. But also, what happened in Final Fantasy 13? This is a legit question. I remember 12. I remember 14. I literally don't know my Roman numerals. We've been over this so many times. I will not apologize for having no knowledge of Roman numerals. I will just live in shame. Oh, you never played past 10, got you. Bioculture node does not sound nice. Sounds kind of gross. Oh, but this is a cultured bowyer. I wish I could be that cultured. And know my Roman numerals. I need some of these, some of this empathy in these dungeons. All children are annoying. Agree. This is why I will never have kids. 8 has best Shiva. Have you seen 14's Shiva, Soma? Also, Soma, I love you. Welcome in. How are you? And Matsu, welcome in as well. 13 was tunnels and people turning to crystal, one open world zone, and annoying children. I have no memory of this game. I legit have zero memory. I don't even remember seeing like trailers or anything for it. Was 13 generally not enjoyed? Because why do I know nothing? Why can I not picture a single thing of 13? Oh, that's a lot of creatures coming out of there. Help! Help me. You thought 13 was the one that no one talks about anymore because it was bad. That's probably true because I literally have not heard a single thing about it. There's a small niche of people that enjoy 13 and a larger quantity that enjoy the 13 sequels. I feel like I need to Google at least a trailer for 13. I feel kind of bad to have zero recollection of it. And which one was Final Fantasy VIII? Was that the one with the hot guy with the red cloak? What was his name? Vincent? That doesn't sound right. Maybe it was Vincent. Because 7, like, I'm fully aware of because people really enjoyed it. 8, I know people liked it, but I can't picture it. Wait, what happened in 9? What happened to... Dude, there's too many Final Fantasies. This is all I'm realizing. Ah! Petrified? Something petrified me. Am I dead? Ah, oh, 2 more seconds. The best thing about 8 was the metal chocobo theme. The best thing to come from it. Hang on, you might be firing off fighting words here to Soma. I think 8 might have been Soma's favorite, judging by the way they're speaking. Who's hosting me? Punk! Thank you for the host. Welcome in. Also, hi, Unge. Welcome in. How you doing? Boom, boom, boom. Squall, Leonhardt, Renoa, Zell. Oh! Was 8 the Gunblade one? Vincent is a hot guy with red cloak. Okay, so Vincent is 7, Squall is 8, and that's the hot Gunblade boy, right? They're all hot is the point, but like, I'm just trying to get them in order in my brain. 8 was Gunblade one. Got it. 13, not 8. Oh my god, that's an X, not a V. You might not have been here when I said I legitimately do not know my Roman numerals, and I will never apologize for it. I will never apologize for it. It's letters, it's not numbers, okay? I will die on this hill. Roman numerals died for a reason. People use them to look cool now. Ah, help! There's a lot of circles. Help, there's so many circles. This place is too small for this many circles. I'm in danger. Okay, we're good. You prefer Arabic numerals? I don't think I've seen them. School drama turns into geopolitical disaster. That's 8 in a nutshell. The great thing about Final Fantasy as a series is that all games are great games. And even as Izagi said, 13 was somewhat beloved by a small section of the Final Fantasy community, so it's like, there's no wrong answer in terms of what your favorite... Okay, this is really fucking cool, first of all, but there's no wrong answer in terms of what your favorite Final Fantasy is. Now, if some of you are actual, like, big Final Fantasy fans and you've played Final Fantasy XIV, am I going to have less of a good experience coming from 14's story when I'm done with it back to, like, say one of the older ones? Because I have a feeling by the time I'm done this, I'm going to feel inspired to go back to them. But is it going to be underwhelming comparatively? No? You may enjoy previous games. Okay. Hang on, that actually has me excited. Because I'll likely feel very lost when I'm done the MSQ here. Although that's like far away. Lots of callbacks in 14, so I'll be like, oh, this is just like... Okay, that's actually really cool. That's comforting. Arabic numerals are what we use? Is that actually... That sounds true. Oh, you'll have a great time with the old ones. It'll be very different though. I actually like turn-based combat. Maybe a hot take, but I actually really like turn-based combat. 12's combat was so weird. 12's combat was like turn-based, but not. It was like live turn-based, and I was not a fan of 12's combat. 12's aesthetic was really good though. Was 12 the first introduction of Viera, or did they always exist in the Final Fantasy canon? Hi, Freynix, welcome in, how are you? The plot and storytelling is similar, but I think faster paced in normal 14 games. Right, because this is an MMO, and originally they wanted you to spend a lot of time. Viera first appeared in Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced, I believe. Okay. Viera, oh yeah, Golsov confirms that as well. Tactics originally had Viera, and then 12 is the same world as Tactics. Okay. I see you. I'm getting it. I'm learning. Doing my best. Oh, help. '12 was the first like main game then. Do we count Tactics as a main game? Do the Tactics games actually have like a full story? I always thought they were just kind of like a battle sim. But I would gladly be wrong about that assumption. I'm good, just relaxing. How is you? I'm very good. We're in like a crazy, beautiful dungeon, by the way. And the music is popping. Tactics 1 is very beloved. Tactics Advanced less so. Oh, rip. Rip. But does it have like a story? Because like in my brain, whenever I picture Tactics, I always just picture Disgaea, because I haven't played Tactics, but I played Disgaea, and I knew that they like shared similar like top-down battle map kind of. Ew, what in the juicy? Shared kind of like similar aesthetics and gameplay. Tactics has a very good story. Okay. Why is it so pulsy and juicy in here? I know it's like a bio chamber, but like.
Why do you despise the primals
Ew.
so?
Doesn't have to be so juicy.
They are the embodiment of mortal will, of mortal desire.
Yo, Unga Duncan, welcome in. Thanks for the follow.
You desire a foe to despise, and 'tis well that you do, for it is from the vortex of ceaseless conflict that Lord Zodiac shall be reborn.
Who?
Through the joining,
Who,
the
Megalo?
world shall become whole again. Then all shall be as once it was, as it should ever have remained.
I'm only little, please.
For the glory of Lord Zodiac.
Uh-oh. Double Ascian fight? Holy Jesus!
And now,
World, I hate you. World, thank you for the videos. Welcome in. Fuck. Oh, okay. What is going on in chat? When he casts Universal Manipulation, get in a space? Yes, go into rifts when Universal is being cast. Okay. Go into rifts when Universal is being cast. Okay, I gotta pay a little bit of more attention to this fight, it sounds like. Ooh, that was a big crit. 3,969. Also 69, nice.
Damn this frail flesh. Your light shall burn no more.
I really like this voice actress.
know your place.
Woo! Oh my.
You have meddled enough.
It's Laha bread, guys. Wow, I hate you too. No World, I love you. Thank you so much for the videos. You caught me so off guard though. I don't know how your timing with jump scares is always like literally when I'm not looking. Ah! Literally when I'm not looking at all. It's kind of a hidden talent.
Again. Chaos shall reign forevermore.
Oh. That is 100% Jesse and James of Team Rocket. No.
It defies all reason.
We have Heidelin's Blessing again.
No, I will not be bested by the likes of them. La Habrea, it is time.
Fusion, huh? Maybe? It would be really anime if they fused. Just saying. Just saying.
Very well. Let us show these mortals the true power of the Echo.
Actually try and do that. Usually I'll send it right when you look at chat, because you usually look away right after. Actually intelligent as fuck. That's so accurate though. I usually glance over and then look away. So smart. Fusion?
I am become.
Oh, wait, I think they literally are fusing.
And we are become one.
Wait, they literally are. Let's go. Wait, they're actually fusing. No shot, dude. It's the most obvious anime solution. Fusion! To protect the world from devastation. Oh, that looks bad. I'm startled. It's very pretty. Oh, they got fucking spiky wings. Yo, that's a sick design. Oh, music change. Let's go. Do do. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay, I'm supposed to be looking for a spell cast. I don't remember what it's called. It's like universe something or other. Fire sphere? Blizzard sphere? I think we break these. Yeah, we definitely break these. Ooh, that looks bad. Ancient Eruption, that doesn't sound like the spell. The music slaps. The music has been so good. Like, literally, I don't think a battle theme has missed in Heavensward. Okay, these are the riffs. Universal manipulation. I see, I see, I see. Thank you, Golsiv. Bless your heart. Oh, am I sleeping? Was I not inside the rift? Uh-oh. Help! Help me! Okay, I'm good. I thought I went in the rift. I don't think I did. Okay, universal manipulation is the name of the spell that I'm looking for. Oh, shit. Ow. Ow. My bones, thank you for saving my life. Okay, here's the rifts. Oh, wait, it sucked me in early. Is it okay that I'm in here? It's like has me locked in. Oh, I think I didn't get sucked in the last time. Oh, I think somebody else needs to eat the orb. This is a complex fight. Holy shit. Too late, yeah. Rip. Okay, so I need to eat other people's orbs. Yeah, cool. That's a cool mechanic. You have to save your friends from the orbs tethered to them. Neat. Mechanics like this have a small delay on the sucking, so I didn't get grabbed soon enough. Damn. That was a cool fight. I like that. You gotta go into the butthole really early. You tried to save me. Yeah, I was like thinking, I was like, there's a spell I'm looking for him to cast. I don't remember what it was. By the time you pulled me, I realized too late. Do, 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 do. Someone thanks for the pets. That was fun. I like that. Ah. Can you die, please, Laha Bread? We're done with you. We're over it.
That he might regain the blessing of light I had foreseen. But he has grown so strong in it as to deny us our power.
Let us withdraw, Lahabrea. That power remains to us, at least.
The power to withdraw? Ooh! I forgot that the white ore sites are like Pokeballs! I forgot what they were used for! Should've gone for Laha Bread. Should've gone for Laha Bread. Come on! Uh-oh. We gonna explode it? Laha Bread is just forced to watch this. Fucking Pokeball her ass. Yeah, we had to weaken her first so we could Pokeball her. Dude, rip. Let's go.
So, you harnessed the eye's power. A pity you spent it all. What will you do now?
Don't we have like another eye? We gave back Rizfogar's eye, but I'm pretty sure there's another like Nidhogg eye hanging around somewhere.
So, not even the vaunted warrior of light can unmake an Ascian without relying upon mortal contrivances.
Mortal contrivances. Oh cool, now you can find the Ender Fortress. Studs, no! Welcome in, Studs. People talk Laha Bread right now, for real. I think that they implied that the Holy Sea has the other eye, right? Of Nidhogg? Or they ate it. I don't remember.
You.
In the distant past, King Thordan and his knights 12
The Pope rolling up with his
and
entourage.
defeated Nidhogg. Though the victory cost them dear, they were rewarded with a great prize, the dread worm's eyes, both of which have since been held in the Holy Sea's safekeeping.
Pause, champ. Is he gonna give us the other eye?
The eye you possess was Nidhogg's left, and long has it served as a source of the Azure Dragoon's might.
Pause, champ.
As for its twin,
Are we double crossing the Ascians, Pope? Are you redeeming yourself to me? Dragon Pope? Big reveal.
it has lain here,
Oh.
joined to the person of Haldreth, the
Oh.
first Azure Dragoon. For though he learned to harness its power, he was ultimately consumed by it. Even in death, his body decays not. A pitiful end for a fabled hero. My Ascian friend. Long have you and your kind sown the seeds of chaos, by teaching mortals the secrets of summoning.
This is so awkward because I'm a summoner. I feel very attacked.
If you assumed that we would meekly serve as your pawn.
Oh, then you are gravely mistaken. I thought he was done talking.
Hand against us.
Yes. He's double crossing you. I think. I hope.
By taking unto my flesh the soul of the legendary king.
Oh, uh-oh.
I can become a god.
Yeah, this can't be good. Never mind. I thought he was gonna be like our... No, there's no way. Dude. Oh, no. Uh-oh. I don't think he's our friend, guys. Yo, that's sick armor. He also grew like 14 feet tall? It's a double cross. Allegan summoning and Ascian summoning aren't the same. Okay, good. I won't take it personally anymore. Yo, Chillmaker! How goes the game? It goes very well. We have a lot going on right now and it's very cool. Oh! He turned him into a fucking sword! He soul eatered him.
A god who knows not cessation, whose being is sustained by a millennium of fervent prayer, and the eyes nigh bottomless reservoir of ether.
That doesn't sound like a good that doesn't sound like a good guy's voice, you guys. Thordan is not friend. Yeah. Holy shit. Why does Thordan have a JoJo stand sound effect? This is his stand. He just fused with his stand, dude. He might be bad. Yeah. I'm a bit of an empath. I'm sensing he might have some evil intentions.
Your contempt for man has proven your undoing, Ascian. For my first act as God King, I do
God King. Yeah, nobody who is a God King is ever good. It's always evil God Kings. Name one good God King. You can't. Arg! I want somebody to take this cutscene, but then edit it with the TikTok sound effect. And just have La Habrea going, oh. Instead of screaming.
Gods feed upon ether. It matters not what form that ether takes. Ascian souls are no exception.
Or the Roblox oof sound would also be good.
I shall put an end to 1,000 years of conflict.
I don't, dude, absolute power corrupts absolute. He's gonna do evil shit. There's no way. His intentions are like good. He killed an Ascian, but that does not make him good. I need help if anyone uses Google Meet. What is Google Meet? I can't help you. I'm sorry. So he ate the Laha bread, apparently. He did. He partook. He had a snake. Should have made a Laha sandwich.
Or primal. Wheresoever the seeds of chaos threaten to quicken, I shall excise them. With my divine blade,
Yeah, no, he not good.
bring order to the world.
He not good. We're gonna have to kill him for sure. If you would stand in my way.
And become that which you abhor.
Look at the cape! Holy shit.
Light. If you would take issue with my godhood, I shall answer you with my blade.
Yeah, literally, if you would stand in my way, I will smite you down, is essentially what he just said. Thordan is literally the lawful evil alignment. That is so accurate. That is so ridiculously accurate. The sheer weight of that fabric, of that much fabric, has to be so windy in there. The singularity reactor now accessible. Okay, okay. Who? Who? How are you in? Who are you? How are you in here? I'm gonna cheer them on. They're doing great. You're doing great, Sweaty. Keep at it, Shade. I know you're AFK, but like, you'll see in chat that I cheered you on, and then you'll feel happy. Singularity reactor. Are we still in a party? Are we good? Yeah, we're good. Whoop. It's so fast. Golsa, thank you for healing for us, by the way. These queues are like instant. That's the wrong duty. Singularity react. Did I prick the wrong one? No, I didn't. Stop. Singularity reactor. It's checked. Oh, we were queued for both. We were queued for both. That's my bad. That is my mistake. There we go. Singularity reactor. That's my mistake. You have the other duty. Yeah, I didn't realize I had both. Whoopsies. We're good now. Singularity reactor. There we go. Whoop. Quick queue was you this time. Oh, just switch to tank. You have it for an interview and it didn't work the other day and you forgot. Uh-oh. Like an interview coming up like right away? Check in the Discord, Pepper, see if anyone's available. I want to kill the blonde boy. I want to kill him because I just remembered who he was and what he did. I want a satisfying death for him.
Come to call upon the true power of the Heavensward.
You need the most satisfying death that I've been given in this game so far. You can't just die as one of many. I need to like personally end you. Oh, I'm alarmed.
Fight me if you will.
This looks not good.
I cannot. All who stand against me.
Rhea, long time no see. Welcome in.
Be they servants of the darkness or the
That's just cats in general, Rhea.
By my blessing shall all men be sanctified, and an endless era of peace begin. Vice and conflict shall cease to be.
Lawful evil? Absolutely correct. It's extra funny to see a Lalafell in this cutscene. I'm like this big. Like, I'm only little. And there's like so many of them.
Bitter truth. Virtuous suffering.
Oh, he's gonna eat them? Or no?
No matter. If you believe your cause just, I call upon you to defend it with your life.
I thought he was gonna consume them. Hello? The music? What the? Hello? Everybody's clumped up. Ah! Everybody's clumped up and I want to be with everyone else. Oh. Ads? Question mark? Oh, jeez. Help! Hi, Sweetling, welcome in. We said big life events going on. Has not done anything she wants to do in months. I'm happy to see you. I hope they've been good, fun, and exciting life events. Whoa. Oh, I got terrored. I have like a zappy thing on me. I'm gonna move away from my friends. That's a good thing I did. Dude, the theme is so good. He's Knights of the Rounding you a little bit. Oh, Ascalon, drink deep of the power of slumbering gods. Hello? What happened to the arena? Ah! Help! That tether looks not nice. Looks not friendly. Sir Zephyrin. Who was the blonde one? I want him to suffer. He must suffer. Turn away when you see eye symbol on him. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, proximity. I'm remembering the symbols. I'm learning. Ooh. Uh-oh. Wait for me. Zephyrin is the blonde. Okay, that's the one we want to suffer. Uh-oh.
Hi, Gay.
Is that the Earth in the... Where did we go? Help. Help. Help, I'm being shoved. I'm frightened. There's a lot happening. Hi, Val. Are you raiding? No, we're doing main story. Are we dead? Help! Help! Okay, we're no longer in space. Everything's fine. Turns out it was just a drug trip. Dude, that was so much. That was so much. Me peeking it out in and out strategically because I'm trying not to spoil myself with Terra time. Becca, just like crop the video so you can only see me. Crop the window so you can only see me in chat. Like just like remove the rest of it. Put it off your screen. That was crazy. Becca, I love you, by the way. Cursals! The music for that fight is incredible.
How?
Also, EJ, welcome in.
This be? A millennium of prayer and the eye's power combined, and still you stand.
Somebody hydrated me. Nitro, thank you for the hydrate. Welcome in. Oh? What's happening? Why are we so terrifying? What's happening?
Who? What are you?
Hello? You love my look? Thank you. Everyone calls it my Steve Jobs look, but I really like it. I like turtlenecks. They're comfy. Guys, we have really become the Heavensward. I think. I don't know. That was so cool! That was so flashy. I had no idea what was going on, but that was so cool. Also, I just want to catch up on some chat that I missed really quickly. Moved in with your boyfriend, your job recently got closed, had a baby scare. It's been very stressful. Also had to stop smoking the weed because it was making you nauseous. You couldn't eat. Back in pain. Oof! Just a smorgasbord of awful, Rhea. Just a smorgasbord of awful. Well, I'm glad you're here. I hope you're feeling a little bit better. Okay, I just want to quickly reread this because I missed it. I was talking over it. Is it over then? I had hoped that mine would be the hand to end it, but knowing you, there was little chance of that. Where's the blonde boy? Did he die in there? I needed so much more of a satisfying death.
It would seem the eye has served you well.
I needed more than that. He died. That's so unsatisfying. I needed more. All right, Heavensward, you lose 1 point for that. So far, it's been amazing. You're now a 9 out of 10. All the knights disappeared into sparkles of light. I needed more. After the trauma that was inflicted on me, I needed more.
At long last.
Please don't go crazy.
All that remains is to take them beyond the reach of man
Oh.
and dragon both. With this task accomplished, my toil shall finally be at an end.
Aww. Estinian gets happy ending. Kind of? I think he's gonna yeet himself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Thou hadst done well to resist mine influence. Bathed in my power and blood as thou went, or thou wert. Alas, in thine anticipation of comfort, thou hast lowered thy guard. Oh no. The keening of my fallen kindred, their smoldering desire for vengeance. Mine eyes have partaken of 1,000 years of pain, a pain which I will bestow upon thee. Drink deep of my rage, mortal, and become me. No! Intervene, intervene, jump in! Bro! He says Kore de Owarida in the ultimate endo? In Thornhead's Japanese? Okay. So... Bruh! You walk like Wiggle? Yeah, I know. It's so cute. I love Lalafels.
Nidhogg, my child. What hath thy fury made of thee?
Bro. Literally 5 seconds earlier, I'm like, oh, happy ending for Estinian. Explodes into dragon. Oh. What a bummer. What a bummer. What the fuck? Hey, remember Nidhogg? Yeah, it's not over with him yet. Of course not. Never let me get excited for a character's like arc ever again. Never let me get excited for anyone ever. Estinian's like, I will stay isolated with the eyes and keep everyone safe.
Over there!
Nidhogg is kind of too big of a deal to be a mid-story dungeon boss. Honestly fair.
Oi!
Haha! God damn it, you always have to cut it so bloody close.
Get excited about every character I wish to see you suffer? Dude. Dude. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I can't help but like characters in video games. Woo!
It would seem he has done it again.
Hello, Marcus. Hello, Pixel Manta. Hello, Raiders. Welcome, you guys. Manta Raid. Hi, Dimitri. Welcome, you guys. Let me give you a shout out. How was the rest of your Temtem adventure? I had to dip out, obviously, but how was it? How was it? Did you lose any of your beautiful, beautiful not Pokemons? Guys, if you're a fan of Pokemon at all, Temtem looks really good. And it just apparently got 1.0 release and has like over 160 not Pokemon. It's like literally Gen 1 Pokemon, essentially. It looks really good. I was watching Pixel play it for a while and it looks really, 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 really good. He's gonna cry so much at Endwalker. Shh! Raiders, welcome in! If you don't know me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream right now 4 days a week with drinking streams, horror streams, and everything in between. It's so good to meet you guys. Oh my, this scene. Wait, do you know Final Fantasy XIV, Maven? Anyways, we're playing Final Fantasy XIV today. If you're interested in the story, you might want to dip out because I'm in Heavensward towards the end of it. So probably big, big spoiler territory, but it's getting very exciting and very, very good. And I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It was great. You lost one, but beat the first dojo. How many dojos are there? I don't think I got to ask that. How many gyms, quote unquote? Welcome in so much, you guys. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate all of you. Hi. Especially at the redacted moment. Jolly, I love how you just speak purely in redacted when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV. Anyways, this is a fantastic game. I'm gonna get back into the story. We just did a crazy, chaotic, flashy little dungeon, and it was so cool. He cleared Thordan and literally said, "Happy ending for Estinian." Yeah, I'm a dumbass. I'm not sure how many there are actually, but they all have full teams, so it can be difficult. Is it possible to, because you're doing a Nuzlocke, is it possible to grind levels in like areas that you're in? Like, can you do like wild battles like that? Because it looked like everything that I was seeing, it looked like you were fighting like not other players, but trainers. So I don't know how it works exactly. Oh, so it's not the entrance to Azizlad, no. Oh, not the scene you were thinking. Oh, yeah, no, I was mad. I was mad, Maven. I was not happy. I literally said, why do I like any character?
Was there ever any doubt?
It's a mistake. Guys, please go follow Pixelmental. They're hella comfy. Also, if you're on TikTok, they got fire TikTok content. Just saying. Just saying. Please check out Pixelmenta. They're working on an indie game called Overmorrow. They're fantastic. You will love them. If you like my vibes at all, you will love Pixelmenta. There are wild Temtem too, just like Pokemon, so you absolutely could grind up. Oh, bless you. No, bless you. Thank you so much for the raid. Was there any doubt? And everything worked out in the end for everyone. No!
Our friends will be eager to learn the battle's outcome and welcome back their champion.
Did they not see Nidhogg? Why are they so happy? Are they, do they not know? Do they? Hello?
Where is Estinian?
Oh, they don't know! Chat, they don't know! I was like, they're way too happy for what just happened. Oh no, dude. Oh no! I don't want to cry. I'm not gonna cry. It's okay. It's okay. We didn't see him die. He just exploded into dragon. It's okay. It's okay. As for 14, well, I do dip in occasionally. Only got everything to level 90. Cleared all content. Spend your time crafting endgame gear. Casual and stuff. Yeah, totally casual.
Arrive in our city upon Dragonback. This scene shall be remembered for 1,000 years to come.
And then if we become friends with the dragon, it could be like How to Train Your Dragon, but in Final Fantasy. Midgarsimer could be the bridge to make this happen.
As we had feared, the Archbishop summoned the soul of King Thordan into himself, and thence became a primal.
But he and his knights are no more, thanks to the Warrior of Light.
Not before going into space, though.
Not yet over, mortals.
Whom do I have the pleasure?
I am Midgardsormr. I have journeyed with Hyderlin's champion and observed his deeds in the conflict between man and dragon.
Oh no, Goals. So it's like trauma for them, hearing that theme. Yo, Maven, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in officially.
Do you desire peace?
Yes. So wait, who will rule now?
My people have committed
please?
unspeakable atrocities against dragonkind, even against our own. Would that we could undo these wrongs, but we cannot.
Maybe with Midgarsimer's help. Could talk some sense into Racefolgar.
The future yet presents a chance to begin anew. Our nation has broken free of the shackles of a false faith, and Nidhogg shall lead his kindred against us no more.
About that. About that last bit, Aimeric.
I doubt not that it will require much effort and perseverance. But 'tis my belief that in time, Ishgard will again become a place where man and dragon may abide
Ooh, this is
together
awkward.
in harmony.
Ooh, this Mac, how dare you? Mac, I love you. Welcome in. How are you? I'm so hyped to be getting to Shadowbringer soon, because once I get through it, I'm going to be running so many near raids for that sweet glam. Let's go.
I shall remember thy words. Yet be warned, Nidhogg's soul liveth on.
Someone had to tell him. Someone had to tell him it wasn't going to be me.
His unbridled rage hath claimed for its vessel the one thou callest the Azure.
The command is mod only, thank goodness, yeah. Mac at least had the foresight to make it so.
Astinian.
Doubt not, but that Nidhogg will call out to his brood ere long.
Yep.
Nor that they shall answer him. Steel yourselves.
Yeah.
For the true test is yet to come.
It's not over.
Come what may, we will never cease to believe. Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
I love Aymeric. I love him. He's perfect.
A 1,000-year war cannot be ended in a day. It may take generations. What thou dost begin, thy children must continue. Entrust unto them thy hopes and dreams, that peace may reign again, and forevermore.
But first, we gotta kill Nidhogg. Where are you going? Bye, but where are you going? I thought we were buds. I thought we were pals. My rotten soldier, my stinky cheese. Oh! So this was release Heavensward. This is everything? Oh my god, we're actually close to the end. There'll just be some post Heavensward, and then we'll be in Stormblood. Says peace cannot be attained in a day. Leaves without elaborating. Literally what I was thinking also. Technically, Nidhogg is already dead. Right, it's corrupted Astinian from Nidhogg's influence.
All here present attest that Sir Aymeric, acting on behalf of the Archbishop, has appended his signature. I do hereby declare that from this day forth, the Holy See of Ishgard shall once more be counted a member of the Eorzean Alliance.
Let's go. Just some post Heavensward. Oh, sweet summer Lala.
And stand united against the Garlean Empire.
I was just saying we haven't seen Merlwyb in forever and I miss her. Merlwyb von Bliffish. I can't say her last name, but I love her. She is my queen. I would die for her.
For the future of Eorzea.
For the future of Eorzea.
Terra's growing ever closer to where I am in the story. I need to hurry along again. Cursals, if I am the motivation for you to finally pick up the story again, then let's go. I'm excited. You have post Heavensward, Stormblood, post Stormblood, Shadowbringers, post Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and 2 parts to post Endwalker. That woman in black looks like she's about to teach Quidditch. I love her, Vel. I love her. You're kind of not wrong, though. I didn't notice we had a little tail.
There you are.
I saw the little wings. I didn't see the little tail. That's cute.
A noble monument to a noble soul.
Wait, whose grave is this? I didn't read it. Whose grave are we at right now? No, I'm gonna cry. No! Stop!
Lord Orzhefon can
I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Fuck this game.
It has been a long and arduous journey, and we have lost much and more along the way.
I'm upset.
Yet come what may, we must stay true to our purpose and press on.
That's right, you two. It's high time we got back to rebuilding the Scions. Which means we're going to need money! And lots of it!
At least Tataru's cute. Comedy relief. My in-game outfit is amazing. Thank you! It's the collar outfit. It's actually level 60 summoner gear. I was gonna put on my little poncho again, but it's cute. I like it. Fuck you, Tataru, pay your taxes. Oh man. I actually teared up a bit. I'm over it. I'm over it. It's good motivation, but brain's still not in good place, so I want to experience this right properly when I have time to focus on it. Fair.
Glorious chapter in their tale.
Game over. Yeah, we beat the game.
However, tumultuous days yet lie ahead for Ishgard. After 1,000 years under the yoke of the Church, the people take their first tentative steps into the unknown. And though they spy a glimmer of peace upon the horizon, Nidhogg's vengeful shadow yet remains to darken the way.
Imagine playing
Be that
release
as it may,
Heavensward and being left off here and be like, bro, Nidhogg's out there,
so long
and you don't get to do it.
The commander of the Temple Knights and his heroic companions are there to guide them, the people may hold fast to hope. The hope that one day true peace will return to Ishgard, and that man and dragon may live in harmony once more. Let the deeds writ herein never be forgot.
I'm very pleased that Americ's in charge
That they may
now.
inspire generations yet unborn to strive ever heavensward.
That's it. Roll credits. They said the thing. They said the thing. They've said it like 3 times now. Also, goddamn, I'm glad you never looked at my adventure plate in-game, Terra. The comment I have on it would have made you sad again. You guys are monsters. You guys are absolutely monsters. I like how you can go there outside of this cutscene, and I once saw an NPC approach it and place flowers there. That's such a cute thing, Chill. That's such a cute attention to detail thing. I'm living vicariously watching you go through Heavensward, so it's making me feel better. Let's go, that's why I stream. To make people happy. Thought it would be there by now, wasn't sure? You were the Heavensward. Exactly, roll credit. And then they are rolling credits. Wait, that's too good. Being a story enjoyer is kind of pain when you're all caught up, because you're like, what now? Gotta run to sleep, have fun with the credits song. Maven, thank you so much for popping in and thanks for the follow. Been there, you had the Warring Triad, pending friend-shaped thing announced. He hasn't flagged the quest to see the friend in the river. Friend in river? Blubbers. All right, game over, what's next? Next we play post Heavensward. Dude, K, big spoilers, so don't listen to me for a hot second. So, fuck, dude. In Heavensward alone, we lost Harsherfont, 100%, Lady Arsehart, Isael, and Estinian, minimum. And I'm probably forgetting somebody. Hello? Mute, not a command, SMH my head. Like, what cruel X-Pack. Cruel X-Pack this is. I'm really hoping that when we defeat Nidhogg, Estinian will be okay. I've gone deaf. Go outside of Idleshire, look for the blue quest if I remember correctly. Okay. Should have been like 3.1k. Estinian as well, kind of, yeah. Dude, the Ravana fight was so cool though. Unmute, yeah. Boop. The Ravana fight was so cool. It was awesome. I think you'll see after the credits, I think. Okay. Ravana's music was so good. The fight was so fun too. Actually, a lot of the fights have been introducing mechanics that are fun, but not overwhelming. Like just simply watching what my party members are doing is enough for me to figure out what I'm doing wrong. The music in the fight is such a bop. Yeah, it is. Listening, have fun with stream. Ding! Thanks for popping in. Thank you for the lurk. Talking about that, did you ever get around to listening to Ravana's whole theme? No, I didn't actually. I also wanted to listen to the library theme. The one that was like kind of jazzy, kind of like lo-fi-ish. That one was really good. In that one random dungeon with the books. Every boss was a book, a flavor of book. Ink Long Dry, that's the one. It just had such like a weird, funky vibe to it. Drop links in his DM so he might listen to it, literally that. With context too. I'm gonna quickly refill my water. I really hope nothing's gonna happen. I'm not even going BRB. I'm just gonna run really fast because my water's almost empty. I've been drinking a ton. Look who I sit back down to. Hi. Screw you, video game. Screw you, video game. I literally sit back down and this fucker's on screen. I'm not looking at it. I'm not looking. Oh no, it's over. Yeah, we're completely done with Heavensward now, smiley face. Quickly cause chaos. Ow. Mac, how could you? Like I trusted you. Delicious. Completely. Ishgard theme's a bop, I'm gonna say it. Hey, we might have lost 2 and a shaky 3rd in Heavensward, but you know what? You're right. We did gain Nanamo and Ishtola. I didn't consider it that way. It's equivalent exchange is what it is. I'm a monster? This is not news. This is par for the course. Forgot about mic time. What a good emote. Combined with Thurston. Yeah, and mic time, 10 out of 10. Oh no, not equivalent exchange. I mean, like, no, but almost. Ishtola is a great character that I'm happy to have back. I won't be satisfied until we have all the Scions back, though. We still haven't seen in this X-Pack. Dude, did we see Thancred at all? Minfilia, Thancred. I'm forgetting somebody. Oh, Papalimo? Fucking, why am I not remembering her name? The punk. The punk. Not the punk, the punch. The punch. Yida, thank you. Not the punk. I don't know why I was saying punk. I was trying to say punch, but then I put a K instead of a CH. Thancred. Thancred hot. Nanamo, I'd rather keep comatose. Is it meant our good friend lived? You know what? No. Papalimo, Yida, Thancred, and Minfilia should be back yet. I'm certain they will, because I think I've seen them in like promotional art and stuff.
You're my superstar.
What's 9 plus 10? 21.
How does that math? Random, that's not how math works. Random, I love you so much. Hi. I hope your day's been awesome. Love you. Thank you for the primer. Thank you for taking $2.50 right out of Bezos's pocket and giving it to me. Thank you. Have you seen fridge emotes? We have bridge. We have fridge. We have fridge on a bridge. And I think that might be it. Oh, and then we have that one that Mac posted. Fridge on a bridge near a ridge. And also there's a cartridge. Shouldn't be back yet. Cannot type at all today. It's okay. You're doing your best. You're living for it, Izagi. You're doing your absolute best work, okay? Oh my god, random? Oh my god, Mac? I've seen them all except for Mac's monstrosity. I sent Mac on a hunt for any GE emote that she could find, and that's what she came back with. It's the Munkaheli one, but as a fridge, literally. Very fun fight. Very fun fight. I liked the part where we were literally in space and Earth was behind us. Although it's not called Earth in this universe, right? The hell's the planet called in Final Fantasy? Help? Help? Where's my Final Fantasy wizards? Boom, 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 boom. Eorzea? Hydaelyn? In this one? Okay. Is Eorzea like the continent? Eorzea, yep. I have no idea. I believe at this point it's only been called Hydaelyn. Okay. We haven't seen a world map in a little while, so I don't remember what the continents even look like, if I'm being perfectly honest. I really liked OG World of Warcraft's map because it was like Kalimdor, or wait, do I have them backwards? Eastern Kingdoms? Yeah, Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor, and then that was it. And then they added a billion more rocks to it, and then it got messy. But it was easy. It was like there was basically the Alliance side and basically the Horde side with a little bit of overlap in the regions. But largely, no spoilers or I bark. I mean, WoW spoilers? No. If you want WoW spoilers, they all already came from like Warcraft 3, pretty much. It's giving Dragon's Dogma. Wait, it's giving so much Dragon's Dogma right now.
This whole time, I can see it in Terra's eyes. He is just wondering why. Is the moon haunted? When will he find out when the moon is haunted?
I really want to know, Golsif. I really want to get to Endwalker to find out why the moon is haunted. This is like the burning question in my mind. You're 100% right. I'm home. What the fuck was that? Why screech? Cause singing. Cause singing. The instant med check. Hi, Froggo. Welcome in. The Heavensward opening music. Loved it. She's really giving it. She's giving her. You have a Parable TTS? Yeah, we do. We also have like, if you exclamation mark TTS, you can see the full list. It's crazy. I forget, did you watch the Heavensward opening before you jumped into it? No, I didn't. I didn't actually. Remind me to do the Stormblood one before we get there. I'm just jealous. Wish I could sing. Sir, do you mean wonderful? Yes, let's go with that.
I see your cock is as big as mine.
Why are you like this? Why are you like this, Skulls? Shadow the Hedgehog tells you you have a nice cock. You're almost there, EJ. You're almost there. The openings may have spoilers for the in-between patches though. There's no way. The openings came out before the patches came out. There's no way. Heavensward one doesn't? Okay. Who is this Shadow? Shadow the Hedgehog, Sweetling. Like from Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, the Heavensward opening has spoilers for post-AR. Oh, I get you, I get you, I get you. I get you. So if we watch the Stormblood one before we're in Stormblood, it will have spoilers for post-Heavensward, is the risk. So we'll wait, we'll wait. Heavensward opening spoils things leading up to Heavensward, not for anything after. Okay, cool. You know nothing about Sanic? How have you avoided it, Sweetling? How have you avoided it? Sanic memes are everywhere. Although lately, all the Sonic memes that I've been seeing are like foot stuff. Like, put those grippers away, etc. The opening cinematics definitely have spoilers, but like they have no context and are generally fine. Because it's like, I'm not gonna have any concept for it, or not concept, like I'll have no related information for it to ruin anything. Watch the cinematics right before you start the X-Pack, okay? Foot stuff? Don't. If you don't know, bless your heart. Bless your heart, Jill. If you've been safe from the cursed Sonic imagery, absolutely bless your heart and keep it that way. I wish I could go back in time. Turn on your PlayStation and the TV. Let's go. I've been seeing the meme of Knuckles saying approved a lot recently. There was one running around for like the Olympics games where it's always like, shit, I can't even think of it, but it's like a million titles and it's like featuring Dante May Cry from his, featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series and Knuckles and the Turbo Olympics at the winter, etc. I'm sure you guys have seen those. They're like fake game covers where it's just a million words with Dante and also Knuckles. When I watched the Heavensward cinematic, it was going over information we'd already known, having to leave Ul'dah, moving to Ishgard, dragon issue, yeah. Having to deal with it, so it wasn't breaching anything we didn't already know or were aware of, yeah. Where in the interwebs do y'all weebs hang out? Not in safe corners of it, Sweetly. Not in safe corners of the internet at all. It's a dark place. Do. Who, hang on, who's in the art here? Is this Needhog? They'd be white if they were race folk art. Oh no, there's a saddle. I think this is Midgarsimer. Or is that not a saddle? I don't know. Kind of looks like Midgarsimer. A bit close to the dark webs, but still far enough to be safe. Exactly, Jolly. Storm the Cinematic doesn't have spoilers really as far as I remember. Shadowbringers doesn't either, just has teasers. Same with Headwalker. Okay, so they'll all be safe to watch by the time I'm there. Oh my lord, Terra replied to my TikTok comment. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for engaging in the content. Appreciate you. Wait, these people don't have last names? They just have letters? What is this? Imagine being in the credits, but you don't get your last name. You just get the letter of it. What the? They got scammed? Wait, this whole group got scammed. These people get full last names. Kara has content? Imagine. Imagine. Kyle, welcome back. How are you? I think if the cinematics immediately spoiled incoming content, there'd be an uproar, 100% Cursals. So you know they're being super careful about it. Teasers are fine, spoilers not fine. You can speed up the credits. Oh, I can't. If I speed up the credits, it shares a keybind. You wanna see what happens if I speed up the credits? This is a keybind I have. We have to watch like this. Is this okay? This is I've meant to change this keybind for forever. We'll just watch like this. How's this? This is good. Is this working for you? Is it doing it? Is it giving? Like Slay? Like am I winning? To be fair, you could have skipped the credits. I feel so dirty skipping any credits ever. You're dingus. I'm not sorry. I won't apologize for my actions. Yes, I could use a different hotkey, but I refuse. Imagine if I stream like this. This is just this. The stab! The stab goes right for my nose. That's hilarious. Imagine if this is just how I streamed. Just face. In the corner. Just face. My TikTok name is actually my name, so you'll never know who I am. Got it. I can't process of elimination. No stab, boop only. To be fair, the music is so good. There's a plus for not skipping, literally. And I just feel dirty skipping credits. People worked hard on the game, and I feel dirty skipping them. It's too bad I had to put a cooldown on stab because you guys ruined it. It's too bad you guys ruined it for everybody. You could be stabbing me repeatedly in my big nose. But you guys didn't behave yourself. Unbelievable. You have no one to blame but yourselves. Cheaper hydrate. You ruined it by putting a cooldown on it. Ooh! Moon's haunted! Moon's haunted! He's on the fucking moon. Moon's haunted. Moon's haunted. Moon's haunted. Moon's haunted. Jolly, thank you for the stretch. I'm a perfect angel. I did nothing. You're fine. I forgive you. Elidibus. Do not say Elidibussy in my chat. I hate this. The Elidibus. Moon's haunted.
Tested by mortals in their attempt to initiate the eighth rejoining. That they should be so complacent.
Complacent.
And now
Elidibussy. I hate you guys.
it falls to me to deal with the consequences. Without intervention, the balance between light and darkness will begin to shift, placing our mission in jeopardy.
I'm not convinced that Lahabred is actually dead.
Hydaelyn's champion has grown too strong. His might encroaches upon the realm of gods. Equilibrium must needs be restored.
Those don't look like moonwalking boots.
For you and yours to join the fray.
You and yours? Whom?
Warrior of Darkness.
The anti-warrior of light. The antithesis of us. They're not even a caster. Yo, hold up. This shot is cool as fuck. Wait, that's such a cool shot. What are they doing on the moon? I cannot wait to get to Endwalker. I cannot wait. Enter Kingdom Hearts, waking up on a beach. Fuck. Imagine if we got scammed and suddenly it was Kingdom Hearts. If you walk away, you don't hear me say. You're finally awake? No. Enter Skyrim. What are you doing not being on the moon,
Why is there
Terra?
no rest for the righteous?
I want to be on the moon. I need like 3 more X-Packs to get through. Ooh, friend-shaped? Oh, might be friend-shaped. Here we go.
Because they care, Master Garland.
Gubbies. Uh-oh. Oh no, Dalaran. Dalaran's opening its borders. Hey. God damn it, Jolly. Who? Holy Jesus. The bubble boy has woken up. Oh my lord. Oh, it's a cannon?
Of all the things they could have picked to play with, that's not a toy, you bloody fools, it's a primal!
Oh. What's he doing? He does not care about the barrier, by the way. This Gundam Wing now, basically. Holy crap, he's big. Not cannon, foot. He's huge. Spires of deception crumble to dust to lay bare truths long concealed. Beyond simmering shadow lieth shimmering light. Let's go! Let's go! Hi, Alphino. After long years of estrangement, Ishgard rejoins her sister nations in the Alliance. Words cannot well express my joy. None of this would have been possible without you, my friend. Change is coming to Eorzea, though it will inevitably bring with it a measure of upheaval, with hard work, peace, and prosperity are sure to follow. And yet, even as we look forward to the coming of a new age, we must needs be wary of old threats. The lords of Garlemald have not relinquished their claim upon Eorzea, and we shall be forced to contend with them ere long. And there is the matter of our comrade Estinian, claimed body and soul by Nidhogg. If there's a way to rescue him, we must find it. Suffice it to say, the path ahead holds no shortage of challenges, but together we shall overcome them. Let's go! You actually started a forest fire in your game? What game were you playing? Terry, you should get a toucan. Toucans are so cute. Toucans are so cute. Was it you that shared the TikTok of it, Froggo, in the Discord? So cute. I love burbs. Fun fact, there's 2 quests in this game called The Room Where It Happened and World Turned Upside Down, and all I could think about was Alexander Hamilton. Fortuitous timing as always. Sir Tataru was about... I don't know how to talk. Fortuitous timing as always, sir. Tataru was about to brief me on the search for our missing comrades. If you'd be so kind then. Absolutely. You'll be pleased to hear that Riel and his men have been making excellent progress. You remember how Philemon helped me to escape the Crystal Braves in Limsa Lominsa, only then to disappear? Well, according to Riel, she crept aboard a ship bound for Radz Athan, where she's been hiding ever since. He assures me that it won't be long before we're reunited. As for Ida and Papalimo, the remains of their link pearls have been found, and in Pearl Lane of all places. Riel thinks they may have disposed of them after escaping from the Royal Promenade. Yes, that would make sense. They could not risk being eavesdropped upon by our betrayers. We're all but certain they fled the city shortly after, though we still don't have a clue as to where they went. I see, and what of Thancred and Philia? I'm afraid I have nothing new to share about those two, but it's not all doom and gloom. The good news is we've enlisted the services of a Charlean scholar, one of the students of Baldesian, to aid in the search, who should be arriving any day now. One of the students, you say? I should very much like to meet this scholar, if the time permits. But first, we must attend to a more pressing matter. Sir Aymeric has summoned the 2 of us for a private audience. The messenger did not specify what he wished to discuss, only that it was urgent. Assuming you have no objections, sir, I suggest we proceed to the congregation forthwith, and mayhap we can meet with the scholar afterwards. Agreed? Agreed. Redeem tongue exercises? Honestly. Oh, and don't starve together, just wanted to get warm, and I thought the one tree was far enough away. It was not. Nope. Are you playing the character that gains sanity from fire, at least? So some good can come from tragedy? My friend, I got dumped. My response whenever a friend says this, oh shit. Bonk. Another quest is called Raise a Glass to Freedom. Absolutely references Hamilton. I think it absolutely references several things. When coming up with funny quest names, you might as well have them be cute little references. Oh, you're playing as Winona. She's the catapult lady. That's the, like, the engineer, right? I never played as her. I liked playing as the spider boy, and oh shit, who else did I play? Oh, I like playing as the spider boy and the little demon boy. I can't remember his name. Happy glow sticks were missed. I'm sorry. I'm a man on a mission, Curzels. I appreciate you though. No, our little wiggle.
Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you both in a place where privacy was assured.
Ah, privacy. Heading off for now. Have fun playing 14. Chill. I appreciate you popping in. Hope you have a good day.
Discuss?
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities.
Naturally.
I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity indefinitely.
But you should, though. Literally, who else is suitable for it?
That I should surrender my powers as soon as a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new archbishop.
But it should be you.
But in light of recent events, that would not seem appropriate.
It should just be you. Let's go back to work. Bye, I love y'all. Fargo, have a good day at work.
So much quite so soon. The details of the Archbishop's plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
It's easier for hound attacks with her. When you have people with you, you play as Wormwood and just guard into your heart's content. But when you're playing solo, you have catapults to defend you. Smart.
I too
EJ,
have
no.
concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited.
Fair.
Mayhap I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence? After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed. The time for deception has passed.
And this is why you should rule. You should be in charge of Ishgard.
People agreed that some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many. And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number questioned our methods.
If they suspect a coup, it will not be long before some turn to violence.
Don't worry, EJ, I don't know what to say either.
It has already begun, and that on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the Broom.
Uh-oh.
Hilda and her people
Civil
have
war.
formed a watch to help us maintain order. But such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
For all our talk of peace, the people remain frightened and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
Aye.
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
We wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Trine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Annex Trine? You would speak with Vidofnir then?
We must needs open a dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader, that she might visit us here in Ishgard. Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead. Will you do us this favor?
Nod. Nod. Do it. He didn't do it. Oh, he did it! He did it! Let's go.
Thank you, my friends. Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
Catch up in the morning. Okay, jolly. Enjoy the VOD. We love our boy Amric. Dude, even looking at Lucia, I'm like, I love all these characters.
Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its very core. For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers.
Would be hard to digest, to be fair.
What then for those brave men and women, thus stripped of their righteousness but to despair, to deny the truth and decry its speakers? And what then for those whom they defamed but to hope on, to have faith in a brighter tomorrow? A tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony.
I shipped me and Amric.
Distant as the very stars in the heavens.
I should specify, not my Lalafell. Not my Lalafell because they look like children.
Yet while we dared to hope, deep within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength. Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon, prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph. As desperately as we sought the solace of peace, the great worm craved the misery of war. Nor was he alone in his misbegotten desire.
Well, we at least know Racevogar is not going to side with him. Nidhoggs. I saw you slap me in chat. I saw that. I slap you back. I know little of the lands these dragons call home, this annexed shrine. Had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would seem a far more daunting prospect. I confess, I myself once shuddered at the thought of it, yet even the longest journey begins with the first step, does it not? Ah, but ere we set forth, sir, I must needs inform our comrade of our plans. Very well, I shall see to my preparations. Then let us go and bid farewell to Tataru, sir. Okay. No! There it is. There's the glow sticks. That's a cute emote. How do you get that emote? Tell me it's not Mog Station. Everything's Mog Station. Nidhogg, more like Dick Hog. Got him. Oh, let him know, Crafts. Let him know. Welcome in, by the way. How are you? So, Mog Station. No. Well, at least if it's cheap, then I might justify buying it. So, what was your secret meeting all about? I'm all ears. A diplomatic mission to annex Shrine, you say? Well, I suppose that does take precedence. But should your meeting with Vidofnir happen to end early, you might consider rendezvousing with Y'shtola in Idleshire. She'll be there to receive our guest. Don't get me wrong, your meeting with the dragons is terribly important and everything, but this scholar just happens to be... time permitting, as I said. We shall endeavor to join Y'shtola, but if we cannot, pray pass on our best regards. Let us be off. Let us be off, sir. We have kept the first commander waiting long enough. It's a 3-for-1 deal, though. You get all of the glow sticks, cheering emotes for one purchase. You have my attention. You have my attention. That doesn't sound too bad. Sounds reasonable, actually, you might say. So we might miss our rendezvous with this Charlayan guest. You're ready then? Good, so am I. What do we want? Spell speed. Tara, remember to kick me from party? Okay, yeah, I will. The path is long, but known to us. From Falcon's Nest, we shall cross the Western Highlands and make for Tailfeather in the Dravanian Forelands. There we can stop to rest and replenish our supplies. Questions? If not, then the stables await. They're really cute. Two-tail feather! And we got a boot jelly. Let's do that first. Kick from party. This is where they introduce secret companion Mary Curie? Wait, what? What a weird mount. We're gonna go back on Midgarsmer. Oh, I can't fly here. Shit. It's okay. We'll run. It's fine. I always imagined that the first time I set foot upon Dravanian soil would be at the head of an army, and here I am, ready to treat with the brothers and sisters of mine enemies. Full well do I know how difficult it can be to set aside the past, though it was I who first proposed recruiting Ysael to our cause. I questioned the wisdom of my words almost as soon as I had uttered them, and for a long time after that. Here was a woman with the blood of innocence on her hands, men, women, children, all slain in the name of the implacable Lady Iceheart. Lady Iceheart. She's the lady who discovered radiation? I knew the name sounded familiar. I couldn't place it though. You now have a croc emote. This is important. Thank you, Ghost Arcade, for these crocs. Lady Arsehart, Terra, no, I know she's fucking dead and I'm doing her like memory a total disservice. Lady Arsehart, I thought you liked her. I loved her, dude. I misspoke. Yet she acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in common cause. At our side, she fought in service to that greater good, even unto her dying breath. While that does not absolve her of her sins, I hope that one day she will be remembered not merely as a heretic, but as a misguided soul who dreamt of peace. You ask much, Master Alphanode, yet who can say that what might come to pass, should our negotiations bear fruit? Yes, of course, we must press to Annex Shrine, if you'll follow me. Poor Lady Arsehart died from being thick, no! No, I loved her. Annex Shrine is over there. No, Crafts! No! Lady Arsehart, the protagonist of the 14 porn parody. No! That's actually a really good idea though. But no! Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Who would we ship with this Lady Arsehart? Who would be the theoretical porn parody partner? I'd like to think maybe Amerdick would do it. The porn parody of Americ, of course. What did I miss? A lot. You missed a lot. Arsehart and Astola. Lady Arsehart, Asphinode, Coxstunian, the Warrior of Taint. I hate this. I hate this discussion. What have I opened? Thou art ever welcome here, friend of Ysael. But this one I do not know. Lucia. Pray forgive us this unannounced visit, Vidofnir. May I present to you Lucia, first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, and our trusted friend. It is an honor to meet you, Vidofnir. I come as an envoy to Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and acting leader of the Holy See. Indeed, you may speak, knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon have been locked in an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow. To our shame, we long believed our kin to be the architects of this war, but now we curse ourselves.
Fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero. Happy 6 months.
Thank you so much for the 6 months. D. Thank you so much for the 6 months, Carsouls. How dare you invoke those words in my chat room, though? How dare you? But I appreciate you. Thank you so much. But now we know the truth. That King Thordan and his Knights 12 did willfully betray and murder the Great Worm Ratatoskr, shattering the peace between... That's where the name Ratatoskr comes from. I just placed it. Ratatoskr is the squirrel that stole a nut from the Yggdrasil tree and gained powers, right? Ratatoskr is like a god squirrel, basically, because they ate a tree of Yggdrasil or something like that. I was like, why does Ratatoskr sound so familiar? Also, Blue, welcome in. Blue, how are you? And our industrious owner of Garland Ironworks, Dick. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, a truth which was at last laid bare by the Warrior of Light and the Azure Dragoon, and Ysael. Alas, a deception so intricately wrought cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labor to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare to dream that peace could at last be within our grasp? Yet dream as we must, as Ysael once did, and we must make that dream a reality as she could not. We humbly beseech you, Vidofnir, join hands with us in friendship once more before the eyes of my people in Ishgard. A most unexpected invitation. I have heard your request, knight. However, I cannot yet give you mine answer. May I ask why? This matter concerneth my sire. He must needs be consulted. Moreover, the Nath grow bold, even as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm. Then we will wait. After 1,000 years at war, we shall not give up on peace for want of patience. Ha, fear not, knight. Thou shalt have mine answer within thy lifetime. So soon? My humble thanks. I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith until we meet again. She's receptive. Nut. Cuff quack, please. Doing all right. Good to see you. Hair looking fresh. Hey, thank you. Thank you. I washed it in cold water, so we should have deep blue for quite a while. While Needhogg is the dragon that eats the roots of Yggdrasil. Oh, I didn't make that connection. Nath grow bald. I misspeak all the time. Please forgive me. Lady Arshart, Dick, Asmongold, Coxtinian, the Warrior of Taint, fight a long, hard battle against the god King Throbbin. King Throbbin is top tier. I dig it. He eats the roots of the tree that binds the Nordic realms. So cool. I really want to sleep, but you're stopping me? Okay, let me just be like completely boring. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. To be frank, I am surprised our proposal was not rejected outright. Whether aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. Is this boring enough, Jolly? Are you falling asleep? Mayhap I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. Ah, but you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fears for me now. Imagine if I read the whole story like that. That would be so fucking cursed. If I'm not mistaken, he ate the roots, but I'm not sure right now. I don't know my lore very well. I think Astinian would work. Oh, Astinian is fire. Beep boop Robot. Hold the phone. I just heard you say the name Cold Water Line with blue hair in your Outer Wilds playthrough. Really? It's tried and true, Nitro. It's tried and true. Past me and current me knows cold water is the key to having colorful hair. Thank you for the Hydrate Blue. To be frank, but you're not Frank. You're Lucia. Hello? Who's this Frank bitch? If you have no further need of our services, we shall continue on to Charlayan. We hope to welcome a scholar who has agreed to aid us in the search for our missing comrades. Then I pray your journey is as swift and uneventful as ours was, and thank you again for sparing the time to assist us, even when such grave matters remain unresolved. I can think of no graver matter than a 1,000-year war, one which our friends gave their lives to see ended. Suffice it to say, I will willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure that their sacrifice was not in vain. Ratatoskr was definitely the rodent on Yggdrasil. Yeah. I'm glad Throbbin, despite such a simple name change, made people laugh. It's good. Key to having colorful hair is to have fun and be yourself. And wash it in cold water so it lasts longer. But yeah, Crafts is right. Crafts is right. Of that I have no doubt, Master Alphanode. I only hope that the fates will not hold you to your word. Don't guess. Dude, this guy's spines is so colorful I didn't even notice. Relax over there, Lava Spines. Being so loud, being so extra right now. Why you like this? You don't even have a name. You're just cool, glowy Spike Man. Alpha Knob, also a good one. I'm here to deliver the sucker you ordered. So it would seem we have time to greet this scholar after all. How delightful. I shall be interested to hear how she means to go about finding Minfilia and Thancred. I can only assume she is privy to some new investigative technique. In any event, our first order of business is to rendezvous with Y'shtola in Edelshire. Thank you for Hydrate Chaos! Chaos, how are you, by the way? He's flexing on the other dragons? He absolutely is. He's giving way too much. He needs to relax. Boom, 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 boom. So if I have fun and be myself, my hair will automatically change into a random bright color? Yes. But also if you apply bleach and then a hair dye, it should work better, I think. Mingefilia crafts? No, you can't. Did someone say chaos? Yes, it's me. It's me. Taintcrid. Good, just finished Phasmo with 2 friends. How was it? Did you survive? I literally can never survive when I play Phasmo. I'm so bad at it. Ah, sir, 'tis good to see you. I confess, I had assumed your business in Annex Trine would detain you longer. Did your meeting with Vidofnir go well? Kinda. As well as can be expected. She must discuss Sir Americ's proposal with Hraesvelgar, of course, but she seemed amenable to the suggestion. What of our Charlayan guest? Has she arrived yet? She has, but when I explained to you that you would be joining us, she asked if she might use the intervening time to explore. I agreed to meet her outside on Front Bridge. We should be on our way. I wonder if I'm gonna know this person. Probably not. Would hazard a guess and say probably not. Thank head. Nice. Grabs box of bleach. Do it! I had teal hair once upon a time. These days it's just salt and pepper. Dude, ain't nothing wrong with salt and pepper hair. I have a weakness for salt and pepper hair. On any human. Oh. Sweetling, medicate! Eat your food, take your pills. Med check for everyone on that matter. Urethrange. They're adorable. I choked. They're adorable.
I'm terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
They're so cute.
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves.
Look how shooketh Alphino is. He shooketh.
Pray, allow me to introduce Kryle, who has recently come from the Charlayan motherland. She has generously offered to assist us.
Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue.
The cutest accent, too. Shocked or choked, both.
Of light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, sir. And who is that I spy but young Alpha?
You, there are plains folk? Not for me. I'm just kidding.
Too in my absence.
Hot tip, two-toned purple and magenta hair will fade into pastel blue and pink. Hang on, I love that hot tip. Pastel hair colors are so hard to achieve. The guy cares, we like, no, go meditate, go medicate. We love Kryle, she's fucking precious. Crafts is right, you're getting pastel pink hair.
Miss Kryle and I met at the Studium years ago. I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
It was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the Studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies. Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
Ah, yes,
Thank you,
sage.
Kryle.
The terror!
For what? I haven't finished yet. Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
I love her.
Mayhap we should save this
The
delightful
sass.
conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking.
Holy shit, the sass! He shook it because she knows all his secrets, like since he was 11. To be fair, Terra's character looks like they're wearing the clothing of a saint from some random culture. Kinda true. I need my poncho. I need my poncho and my newspaper boy hat.
Right, on to more pressing matters. Finding Minfilia and the other missing scions.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea. Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Okay.
Then what are you waiting for?
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
I doubt she's willing to part with it so easily.
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best that you explain your plan to her in person.
She's gonna be like, forbidden magics! Gotta lurk a little bit to clean up the house. I think you're a while till you need help. Okay. Yeah, I really like Kryl Golsev. She's sassy. Actually gonna go sleep. Jolly, if I see you in here again, I'm timing you out. Go to bed. Matoya's cave. What is this literally the closest that I can be? All right, we got a little bit of a run on our hands, yeah? Kitty's here for stream. Prop her in front of the monitor. I need to increase my kitty viewership. You know this. You know this is my goal. I don't have enough Aminal viewers. And this is a fact that must be remedied. Ban Jolly. She prefers to lay on the floor and listen. You know, some people only like audio only mode. Some people just like the noise to accompany them, you know? Not everyone likes to watch. We must remedy this immediately. Love you, Blue. You get me. There's a mod to give Matoya a humongous ass. You are joking me. Who would want that?
I love you, bitch.
And where can I download it? Just kidding. Unless. It's called Dump Truck Matoya. Why? Why? Who wouldn't want that? That's so good. Oh shit, do I have to get up high? I don't remember how to get up here. Oh, right there. Honestly, Midgarsimer kind of caked up. He kind of got a dump truck. It's just hidden by the tail. See those thighs? Thick thighs. Tiny forearms. Absolutely caked up dragon. I think I may have gone the wrong way. It's in a cave. What am I thinking? It's not up. Whew. You just go low. Yeah, I just remembered. It's in the frickin' cave, not on top. Here we go. God, I haven't been here in like one day and I forget how to traverse this area entirely. You did say we were headed for a cave, did you not? Because I certainly don't see a cave nearby. Is Master Matoya meeting us on the way or something? Meowdy! How are you enjoying this? Loving it. Loving it. Death by Muffin? That's a cute name, by the way. I'm absolutely loving it. I'm obsessed. We are now post Heavensward. A lot happened. And I'm very excited to reach Stormblood. By the way, talking about Norse mythology, Midgarsimer is basically the same as Jormungandr. Really? I've heard many stories of Master Matoya, some quite flattering, others less so. Yeah, she's got a bit of a chip on the shoulder. Meowdy, why do I love that so much? Because it's cute as frick. Rest assured, they're all true. This way, and have care where you tread. Do we think Matoya is going to be like, yeah, just take my crystal ball, no problem. No problem, just have it. Because I feel like, no, she's gonna be like, first, do my laundry. And then pet my brooms. Then maybe you can have the ball. I'm a Miko, I say Meowdy all the time in dungeons. Cute as fuck. Too cute, painfully cute.
Oh, is that trouble I smell?
Yes, it is.
Or did you forget to wipe your boots on the way in?
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To
the double Lala waddle, it's cuteness overload.
Well, out with it then. What do you want?
You're glad I'm enjoying the game? It's so good. You're in Shadowbringers. I can't wait.
I am Cryo, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
I can't wait to reach Shadowbringers and Endwalker because everyone says A Realm Reborn is kind of dry. It's important for context. Heavensward is good. Stormblood is kind of like an awkward middle cousin. It's not bad, it's not great. And then Shadowbringer and Endwalker, everyone says is absolutely incredible.
Baldessian, you say? Ah, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Regrettably, our order's headquarters and the isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power. I have the blessing of light to thank for my own preservation.
I don't know if we knew that she had the blessing. Well, now we do, I guess.
Cryo.
Boo, just enjoy the journey. I have been. I enjoyed a lot of A Realm Reborn. Which makes me more excited to reach the later X-Packs.
Our order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us.
She doesn't just straight up talk to you guys? Like she straight up talks to us? Hello?
It was in the course of these
just listen to her?
I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
I had no idea.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
Yes, yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the scions of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found.
I really hope we find all the scions before we reach Stormblood.
You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing scions.
And there
I'm a summoner, Lala, yeah!
You might want to make use of my years of experience. Oh, wait here.
I was initially in Aura when I started playing, and then you get the free Fantasia from A Realm Reborn, and I was looking at all the Lalas, and I was like, they're too cute. They're too cute. So now I'm a Lala. Summoner high five! It's so fun.
But never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
On the cusp of
I was having like envy watching Lalas run around. I was having race envy.
Invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light. But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal, born of an earlier era, is infused with a power far greater than those of this age.
Because she did it before? So it still has much more strength? You think it would like wane over time.
And not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
Too powerful. Lala fell into heaven? Yup. No, I adore my Miko too much. I also have a Femro alt, and she is mommy vibes. Dude, I love the Rose. They're mommy daddy energy.
No two
I'm living for
manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence.
Okay, Kryle a badass? A little bit?
Served to guide the elementals to Y'shtola.
Okay. Can you swap races whenever, or do you have to start? No, there's an item you can buy, but you also get one for free just for playing the story that lets you completely redesign your character. It's called Fantasias.
I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
So, there's no way that Thancred is still, what's the word I'm looking for? Corporeal? Like, there's no way he has a physical body right now. Somebody would have seen him.
Well, the poor sod's not going to find himself. So,
unless he's been captured by somebody.
Or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
Thank you, Master Matoya.
Wow, she parted with it. We didn't even have to do any laundry to get it. Wow, okay.
Then let us begin.
I know a couple of people addicted to Fantasiaing. A few people have openly admitted it in my chat. They're like, careful, it's a slippery slope. Find the Thancred. Find the Thancred. Okay, Furry, I see you. Okay, Stab Guardian Furry. I couldn't remember what they called you. It's Stab Guardian Furry. Guys, please follow Stab Guardian Furry. They're amazing, fantastic streamer, and absolutely just fire overall. They're like small Neko girls confirmed. I like all girls, all boys is nice. Everything's good. Fem Ellison players ran so that Viera players could waddle. Crafts, you're not wrong. I get too attached, I think, to your characters. I don't think I'll Fantasia again. I may be tempted to be a bunny boy at some point in the future, but I'm really liking being happy little potato. No, at start you. I almost switched from Hyur to Viera. I decided not to. Yeah, that's the only thing that will tempt me is bunny boys. Only thing. Mikote are really cute though. I really like Izagi's Mikote. I started 14 a year or so ago with a Viera, didn't get far, didn't really know anyone playing it, and was a little overwhelmed. Well, thankfully, Blue, all the stuff has been redesigned even in the time since I played it, so everything is much more streamlined, and if you want to play it as a single player game, you can for a vast majority of it. There's dungeons and stuff you go in with like an NPC party that will go in with you, and it's, yeah, you don't have to engage with other humans if you don't want to. The best thing about Miko is the ear wiggles. They're really cute. I ran to clean up cat litter and sweep out garbage, so now you can watch. Let's go. Adulting done. You can now enjoy. Where's Potato Redeem? It's dead, Blue. It's dead. Because I didn't want it ruining story reactions, like when I get emotional and stuff. Because there was some complaints that like I get hidden by Potato, so I had to kill it. Yo, Ronaldo! Hey friend, how's it going? Been waiting for your stream to know how you felt about the new God of Boy trailer. I haven't seen the new God of Boy trailer. I haven't seen the new God of Boy trailer yet. I should fix that, like ASAP.
It was a near thing, but he was not deposited within the rock.
Fair but sad. Yeah, everyone seems to like say, oh, it makes sense, but it's still sad.
The hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
It just sucked because it was like during certain games, there would be all this build up to like a big dramatic story moment, and then I was a potato. You know what I mean? I love watching people play Dad of Boy. For me, it's infuriating. I loved it. I played it before I was a streamer. I love Dad of Boy. Such a good game. Star, I know you hate Zelda. How do you feel about Dad of Boy? Have you played it? Is it your cup of tea? I feel like it's not. I feel like Star is like exclusively horror. Ooh. On the verge of falling asleep. Don't worry, I'll scream. I'll scream and keep you away, Star. Keep you away. Keep you awake. November can't get here soon enough. It has an official release date as well in November. It'll be here in no time. Dude, it's already fucking September? Wait, is it September? Yeah, it is September 2022. What happened to this year? I swear to God it was still 2021. And it's September 2022. Like, hello? How does time even do it? How is time even a thing? It's not real. It's crazy. Also, Tara, if you run into any other dungeons tonight, let me know. If you need extra people, I'll be around for a little while. Nice, Cursels. And now I'm a potato in game. Exactly. It's come full circle. It's not a game I'd play, but you like to watch people play it. Low-key excited to see streams of it. Living vicariously through others, I'm like that with some games. Oh my god, speaking of games that are amazing, have any of you guys played Power Wash Simulator? I played it the other night and I like entered a trance. It was one of the most relaxing and satisfying games that I've played in a long time. Power Wash Simulator has no business being fun and enjoyable, but I thoroughly enjoyed myself. I want Power Wash Sim. It's on Game Pass right now, which is why I played it. I was like, I've had interest in it and I've seen people stream it and I really like watching people stream it. But I never had a chance to play it. And then I was like, fuck it. It was so fun. Shouldn't have been fun, but it was so fun. It has no business slapping as hard as it does, literally. Sir, I do not Game Pass. Do you have Discord Nitro, Mac? Because you might have 3 months of Game Pass with Nitro. Also, he's like voiced by one of the Stargate SG-1 actors. The dude who played the dude with the... I have not seen Stargate SG-1, so I can't speak on it. 2020 threw us into a time vortex. Crafts, that is so accurate. That is so freaking accurate. Ever since 2020, I feel like I have no concept of time. I was already very time blind and it's just gotten so much worse. No, I can't do chill games, but I'm open to trying it. Watching people stream it though is like an ASMR experience. It's like a chill, comfy stream. I can't tell you how many times I've been watching somebody stream Power Wash or games like it and my brain is just gone and I'm like, like just thoroughly enjoying watching it. Oh shit, I missed some dialogue. It's okay, it's small talk. If you're into science fiction, I recommend it. I'm a like kind of a Trekkie. I haven't seen all of Star Trek. I got sucked in by Voyager, and then I also watched Deep Space Nine. And then I think there's one other I watched that I can't think of. I think I tried to watch TNG and it wasn't grabbing me. Maybe I didn't give it enough time. Ordinarily, perhaps, but in his wounded state, he may not have wished to risk contact with strangers of unknown allegiance. Yet even had Thancred chosen to remain in the forest, the hunters would surely have... Yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. Surely somebody would have found him by now. Yes, exactly. I love that aspect of it. It's so relaxing. Death, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. TNG takes some time, yeah. You'll like it then. Bit of a Trekkie too. Loved Stargate. Grey Watch! Grey Watch! I'm playing 14 again. This is your first time popping in, right? Grey, I'm back to 14. It sucked me back in. I bawled. You can go to my YouTube and see a reaction to a certain thing I'm not gonna mention. I fucking cried so hard. Like, I had to step away. I was like ugly crying. It was not okay. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost though. Merchants and traders pass through reasonably regularly, do they not? In which case, we'll need to provide a more detailed description when we question the locals. Fear not, Kryle. I've already prepared several sketches of Thancred for that very purpose. No, I don't think he's gonna be corporeal. Somebody would have found him by now. This is impressive. You drew him from memory? A skill I acquired some years ago for reasons I no longer remember. Dude, aren't you like 15? How long ago could you... Okay, whatever. I propose we split into 2 pairs. Y'shtola and I will inquire at the outlying encampments, while Sir and Kryle question the residents of Tailfeather. Afterwards, we shall regroup near Lost Ast Vath and share our findings. Assuming there are no objectives, let us be about it. Objectives. Yeah, it is a long time. I'll go to your YouTube. I've moved in, but tonight you're having internet problems, so you're using your phone data. Get off your phone data, Grey. That shit ain't cheap. Love you. Mwah. Free kiss for you. Just go enjoy the YouTube video and catch up on the VOD if you can. When you have not phone data. There was a thing in AR that broke me too. It's a weird thing apparently, but you know. Yeah, I think probably the same thing that happened to you in AR happened to me. And most people were like, it's sad, but it didn't really like hit me. But no, it hit me. Yeah, unless you have unlimited data, please leave. Oh, your phone data is unlimited. Oh, okay, never mind. Vibe. Hang out. If you can hang out, hang out. We need a reaction to the God of Boy on YouTube. I'd love to watch it live, but I'll have to go now. Yeah, Ronaldo, thanks for popping in. I'm really excited. I didn't know there was a trailer out for it. All right, let's start questioning. The lettuce was sad, but the post ARR thing hit me more. I think it was post ARR. Yeah, it would have been. Outside the place of the cutscene after the forest. I think you're talking about the lettuce. I think you're talking about the lettuce, right, Death? Searching for a friend of yours. Let's have a look then. Here you go. Look at this fancy drawing of Thancred. The lettuce got you so hard. That one got me a bit. No, I ain't seen him around. Sorry. Bummer. That's the one you're talking about. It's been far too long. You don't remember the lettuce, Izagi? For shame. For shame, you don't remember the lettuce. Burger King foot lettuce. What's that you've got there? A sketch? Yes. Oh, we haven't seen Machamp in forever. What up, Machamp? How you doing, bud? Can't say I know the face. You say something of a warrior. I heard a tale the other day about a Huron vagabond who brought down a bandersnatch by himself, and with style. Way they tell it, he was dancing with the beats like it was the bell of the bleeding bull. Sound like your man? Kinda. Kinda sound like Thancred. Little bit. Seriously, it's been almost 10 years! Oh my god. No way A Realm Reborn is that old. Oh my god, I think it is. That's so upsetting. Oh no, Terra, why you like this? There's a spider above my desk? Oh no. A Huron man? We're not exactly rare, you know? Could you be more specific? This one. This one. I did spy this one bloke a while back. Didn't get a good look at his face, but it could have been him. This was beyond the forest, as I recall, along the river, to the west of Tailfeather. I remember thinking he wasn't much of a hunter. The lad was making no effort to cover his tracks. That and he was carrying an axe instead of a bow. Thancred did not wield a... Bro, what did Thancred wield? It's been so long. I don't think it was an axe. A Realm Reborn was August 2013. Oh my god. Don't remind me about 10 years. I keep remembering the Gangnam Style was 10 years ago. Curse knowledge. People weird leave. I added this to the wrong channel and was mad it took so long to show up here. It didn't show up for me yet. Also, that's why I was saying that getting me so hard is kind of weird. I totally understand because I got emotional, but I don't think I cried to the lettuce. Finished? In that case, I think we've learned everything we can here. You know what the most fucked up... I remember being mad, Death, because you know what the most fucked up thing about the lettuce was? Immediately after you find it, you have to carry its body out. They're like, okay, yeah, start grabbing up the corpses. And it's like, can I not deal with the trauma? Like, hello? Where to? In the Eye of the Beholder. It was catchy for its time. It was. Oops, we have to go out the river. What am I doing? Oppa Gangnam Style. Beep. Man, that was a different time. That was a different time. When Gangnam Style shot up to like a bajillion views in like a week. Let his body, what the fuck, Sweetling? If you know, you know. That's all I'm gonna say. A simpler time, yeah. Definitely. Excuse me, pardon me. I kind of have to pee. I'm gonna go pee before this cutscene. Because I don't know how long this is gonna be. Could be a battle, could be anything. I'm gonna take a quick pee break. Everybody get up, go pee. We'll see you in 1 second. I want to show off for a second, because look. See? Wait. Hang on, there's something in here. Got him! You all looked, I saw you. You all looked. Bruh. Yes. Yep, they are. Wah! I don't know how to walk. Macaws are in danger. Why do I hear growling? was hearing kind of faint growl noises. Why do I hear faint growling? Oh! Oh! The knocking one! The knocking one! How does the knocking one scare me more than frickin' the screamer? Frick your knocking. Frick your knocking. Can we get a laugh counter? That was great. I don't know if that was meant to be scary, but that was great. Ezrin, my sweet precious boy, was walking behind said spider. Spider was moving very slow. Ezrin was sniffing spider. And then Ezrin licked spider. And then the spider was gone. So, my cat ate a spider. This looks interesting. It was gross. It was very gross, and I was scarred. And I was like, this is not the energy I need right before a stream. Help me. A knockout! No! It was me that was the knockout! No! Oh, okay, we're fine. It's fine. She stepped on me! Step on me, Roxy!
I found it, but Seer, why didn't you tell me?
Because she might be telling a lie.
She's a liar.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Daddy Bing Bong stepped on me. Ooh. In Spicy Land for a minute to get our batteries. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I forgot about you. I forgot about you. Holy. That like. Big werewolf. Who wants big werewolf? Ah. Bloodbath time? Ooh. Oh yeah. Let's relax. Wait, where's the bubble jet? Where's the bubble jet? I need to be booty blasted by the bubble jet. There we go. Amazing. If y'all trying to act like you don't sit right where the bubble jets are, you're lying, okay? You're lying. That's all I'm saying. Autopilot, please don't kill me. Jindiana Jones, hello. What are you currently trying to figure out in this game? Can my answer be everything? Because everything. Oh, autopilot! Am I just gonna hear him clumping around everywhere now? There's no way. Oh my god! Okay, I gotta pee. I gotta pee.
Now I'll stand on one leg. Me too. You keep shooting, sir, and this time you kill the beast. He emerged.
That needs to be the whole stream. Me head wobbling to dance music. Maybe. Then people can get out their frustration. Oh no. Alright. Perfect squat music.
I heard there was a secret way that David went and it pleased the way, but you don't really care for music, do I? It goes like this, the minor one, the major one, the baffled king composing Waluigi, 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 Waluigi. Yeah.
Puts claws back on for squad.
Of course.
All right, so we go for Micah in secret. We go for Micah in. Again, Rachel is a poop machine. We need a new horse. This one's just pooping. This one is just pooping. Look at this. What a disaster of a horse I've gotten myself. Miss, I fucking saw it. You take that 9 damage, dude.
Shut up.
I don't think your sword is strong enough to... There you go.
My god, that was frame perfect, dude.
You're welcome. I liked watching you like fail horribly at trying to parry him, and I just walked in front of you and parried him for you. Duck feet baboon looking at. Muffin, have a fantastic sleep. Thanks for hanging out with us. Okay, and away we go. I also got supper, so I had a few bites while I was waiting. It's very, very hot though. It's very spicy. Not spicy as in like spice, but spicy as in like temperature. It is temperature hot. He returned to the Waking Sands. No! I have trauma of returning there. My apologies for our late arrival. We thought it wise to question as many hunters as we could. Verdict? I'm gonna have a hard time believing he's just been like hanging out. Many have made camp in inaccessible locations, ideal for hunting game, not so for receiving visitors. Nevertheless, our time proved well spent. There have been countless sightings of an exceptionally capable Huron hunter with whom no one is familiar. Though none chanced to see the man's face, his height and build match Thancred's description, as does his fighting prowess. So you've heard the same tales. Be that as it may, we may yet want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this is unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a Vath trader. He came to Tailfeather in search of garments for a fit for a man of refinement, which seemed a rather curious description for one of his kind. You're implying that Thancred sent a Vath to market in his stead? Why would he not go himself? Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the live stream as naked as your name day. It is a scene I shall never forget. It is now. Well, I was pleased to see you. I mean, it was a simple statement of fact. It stands to reason that Thancred found himself in the same predicament. Naked? Literally naked. In any case, if he had dealings with the Vath, they should be able to tell us, no? Quite right, Kryle. Quite right. What? Ravana? Didn't we do away with Ravana? I guess maybe he's not dead, but he's just gonna like abide by his word and not fuck around. Well, what are we waiting for? For all we know, Thancred could be waiting for us lost in Vath, did he say? We must go and see the Vath right away. Come along, everyone, come along. Okay. Yo, Tomato, welcome in, how you doing? Ravana is supposed to hold to his word, but he looked like he was in a battle stance in that little picture. Who naked? Thancred. Terra stripping? You wish. You wish, Sweetling? You gotta pay extra for that? I know this isn't the front entrance to their home, but this is how I'm getting in. Exclamation mark OF, exactly, Mac, exactly. How much extra? Ravana, unana. Great hunters, we welcome you once more to Lost Ast Vath. Loth Ast Vath. Too many THs. What do you seek this day? We seek a man with whom we are told you may have had certain dealings. This guy. Tier 3 subs only? How curious. The hunters tire of godly sport and pursue mortal prey? No, he is not prey, but a friend long missing. Good. He is a friend to the Vath as well. one with whom we have traded many times. Truly? And you are quite certain it was this man? There's no doubt. The fleshling clothed in skins came to us from Som Al, lost and weak. He offered meat and hides in trade, and in exchange we tended his wounds? Wait, actually he was here just dealing with the Vath the whole time? He brought us much flesh, so skilled a hunter he was. Much flesh. When he asked for garments, we were glad to provide them. And where is he now? Gone to Loth Ast Nath, not long ago, when he heard the One Mind had summoned our god once more. Ravana has returned? Vidofnir did say that the Nath had grown as before, but what could Thancred hope to accomplish by himself? Honored Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay this kindness ere we depart, but we must hasten to our comrade's side. Yo, Zelda, welcome in. Thanks for the hydrate. Certainly a bug romance, but You return to the Waking Sands? Go, great hunters, lest the Nath claim him as a sacrifice. Bro. You've been good. Tomato's just playing PCG. PCG. Hang on, I can get this. I can get this. Potato cart game. Got it. Nailed it. That's what PCG is, right? Went to Walmart, bought a record playing of Odeja Higher Ground. Close. Oh, bought a record player. How much did it cost you? Oh, Pokemon card game. That makes sense. TCG is trading card game, so PCG would make sense. You have a record player? It's older than you? It's a miracle if it still functions. Tara, don't ask me about my expenses right now. I'm crying. Yeah, the Chicago trip probably did a number on your, oh, Pokemon community game. But yeah, I imagine the Chicago trip did a number on your wallet. There's not much to a record player. Isn't it basically just like a spinning middle part and then a needle? Isn't that like the gist of it? A hostile presence? Goodness me, whatever will I do? I'm gonna blast them with magic. I am helping. I am helping. Oh, by the way, do you know how to claim the Aether Currents? Yes, did I run past one? I probably did. I probably ran past one while reading chat. Rip. What? You should play Terra if you get the chance. Is it like the battle arena one? I don't think that's the right word for it. Also, Temtem just full released, and Temtem looks like Pokemon, but different. Your stepdad's a DJ, so he owns records and a whole DJ booth. Technically, he owns a record player? Technically speaking? One with more bells and whistles?
Who else could be? Thancred. It could be Thancred. We must hurry.
I can't believe he was like right under our nose this whole time. Had to use a compass to know where the Aether Currents were. Oh. Wait, that's the Warrior of Darkness, isn't it? Are these also Warriors of Darkness? And they're fighting Ravana. What's going on? What? I have so many questions. Mostly, why would the Warrior of Darkness kill a primal? What if there's a dark Hydaelyn? Giving the Warrior of Darkness a crystal blessing. We have good Hydaelyn, they have dark
This day,
Hydaelyn.
we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Ascians forever.
They're the warriors of 1.0 pre-ARR. Oh! You play PCG on Twitch, you'd have to look up how to set it up. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's not Thancred. Not Thancred at all. I'm stupid. I scratched the logo off your record because you wanted to know what it sounded like. Oh no, girl, please. I'm canceling it. You're getting canceled by Mac.
Fools playing at heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
We can and we will, Ascian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not.
Oh, they're limit breaking. That's the same limit break noise. What happened?
So you are the warrior of light, the savior of Eorzea.
And you are the warrior of darkness. The killer of Eorzea?
It's a wonder you didn't come sooner, what with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Okay, and he's a dick?
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh! Dude, with how chaotically they kill characters in this game, I don't trust any cutscene anymore. Did she just stop the blade with her hand? Dude, Stoll is a badass. Hit him with your book! Ida? Nope! Wait, no way! Thancred got new threads? Dude, what are these he drippin'. He drippin'. Now the wielding an axe makes sense because they were talking about the Warrior of Darkness. Oh, and you got a little ponytail. The cut scene. Work Wi-Fi sucks buffers. Oh no, Zelda. I'm sorry that's happening. Upgrades, people, upgrades. I like that the NPCs are actually getting upgrades too. Like visually, mind you, but I feel like also power. Do-do-do.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt, but so be it. Mark well our faces, warrior of light. For we are the warriors of darkness.
So fucking edgy.
Walkers of a different path. And we shall meet again.
Oh, oh, oh. And they're gone.
Warriors of darkness? Really?
Same, Kryle. Same. Did you lose an eye? Or are you just being edgy? Dude, he drippin'.
Thancred, are you all right?
You're the warriors of darkness, but you are the only warrior of darkness. I don't get it. Oh, because he's a warrior class. Very funny. I get it. I get you. It's Pikachu. Just edgy. Okay. He's just being an edgeoid. He's controlling half of his power by removing half of his vision. It's to contain his strength.
Can wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
That's a new voice actor for sure, right? I don't remember him sounding so posh. Not gonna lie, the little guy looks like a human unicorn. Hey, don't make fun of my gear, Ding. Okay, don't make fun. I had to work hard to get this gear.
Suffice it to say,
it's in fact a lore-wise black mage. Okay. New VA for Thancred. Okay.
Until the last instant to join the fray.
Honestly.
It's plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
So true. Let him know.
My appetite for the dramatic? Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then...
waking up naked
Had
miles
I known
away.
You intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness, I would have thanked you in advance.
Aww.
Thancred.
Aww. Happy reunion! Closing one cuts strength in half, can confirm. I mean, if Thancred is a dragon, then it's canonically accurate, because dragons gain their power from their eyes. I think every VA got replaced from 2.0 to 3.0. Got it, okay. I'm still getting used to Thancred's new VA during the post-Heavensward patches, because I've listened to his original one so much in your favorite D&D show, so it's jarring now. I'm getting the band back together. We're just missing Papalimo and Ida. And Minfilia, I guess. Hot take.
If nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the live stream in the altogether.
Hello? 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 Sir? Sir, can we just that squirrel is conveniently played. I would just like, maybe just like a little bit, like just like left or right, just like a little bit of movement. Y'shtola was naked too. We did not get to see like this much of Y'shtola, is all I'm saying. They're being generous. They're playing to their audience right now. Monka TOS. Oh man. Oh, black mages want to have less vision around them to concentrate better. Is that why their gear does that? That's actually cool, Kaio. I didn't know that.
Eventually,
no squirrel.
Knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides.
Okay, I'm upset with the squirrel. I'm upset.
Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that
the
I
squirrel
met
stole
Vath
one of his
before
notes.
I was reunited with you.
Scam. We got scammed.
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke?
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves.
Those little creatures are called
Luckily, I was
nutkins.
able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming.
Squirrel block.
Refinement. From them, I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
Ah, and then he pieced it together. Me. It's me.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more.
Clever
It seemed a
boy.
reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen.
Censored by the nutkin.
Until
A
now.
D's nutskin.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed warriors of darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the warrior of light, I suppose.
I suppose, but it's incredibly edgy.
I glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
I saw it too.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and Primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
I'm telling you, there's a dark Hydaelyn somewhere. An anti-Hydaelyn. Dreams of Lost. That scroll was mighty heroic to be in the middle of the fight. Yep, just in time to block us from booty shot. Blessed with the power of the Echo, and driven to put down primals. Despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely we would have heard rumors and attempted to recruit them to our cause. I recall no such adventurers, and I would not soon forget their like, nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates, which is how Yida and Papalymo found Sir. Ah, the memories. Seems like only yesterday that you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time that band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labor to believe that a band of paternally gifted adventurers has been traveling the land, slaying primals without our knowledge. 'Twould imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation will avail us not. There is far too much we do not know. For the present, we must needs concentrate on what we do know, namely that Lord Ravana is no more. Vidofnir must be informed. The news may render her more receptive to Sir Americ's invitation. I mean, he gave you a nut to compensate. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. It wasn't the nut I was looking for. Since you seem to have affairs here well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a stinking headache. If you have need of me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance with the search for Minfilia. Wait, Minfilia is missing? I thought she escaped with Sir. I shall explain on the road. Much has happened in your absence. Missing Philia. I'm too lazy to mount up. I'm just gonna sprint. I should have mounted up. I'm mounting up. It's much further than I realized. Vidofnir, we come bearing news. Good news, every Vidofnir. Ding, 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 ding. Ah, the old Jedi nut trick, huh? I love how the Scions just missed all of Heavensward. Honestly true. Yo, Longo, what's up? I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks, Vidofnir, but it was not for her that we came. We bring good tidings for you and yours. Lord Ravana, who had been summoned by the Nath, has been laid low. Truly? Once more you mortals have succeeded where mine own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another? Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding the Ishgardians' invitation? As promised, I brought them— I don't like that the music switched to sad. As promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years have I mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge a peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot, until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth, she wrapped herself in a dream, yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth she fought, for justice she sinned, for redemption she sacrificed, and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, be it for weal or be it for woe, such is the folly and the glory of man and of dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you who walk in the light. Then you accept Sir Americ's invitation? Let it be known that I, Vidofnir, shall journey unto Ishgard on behalf of my people. We are honored to receive your answer, and will convey your words to our allies without delay. Let's go! Poor Ravana. Fuck Ravana. He's got a banger theme, but fuck him. It is happening, Ysael. Would that you were here to see it. She's up with Sky Daddy. Although there is no Sky Daddy. It would be the Sky Mommy, Heidelin. He's Rabadna. Yeah, let him know, Kyle. Let him know.
Even as the Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honorable men plotted to
Of
deprive
course,
them
I
of
was gonna
another.
say this. It's probably gonna people still trying to fuck everything up, regardless of the dragons being like, yeah, let's be friends.
Honorable men, to whom Sir Emmerich was no hero, but a scheming fratricide. Honorable men who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood.
Bruh!
Honorable men whose knife in the dark
Kick
was
his-
the spark
kick his
which
fucking
set
ass.
the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
He's not dead. They wouldn't kill him. They wouldn't kill him like that. They wouldn't do that. Good thing he didn't level Rogue enough. He was too low level. He didn't do enough damage. Copium? Don't fucking tell me Copium. They would not just kill him like that. No way. I say, as they killed Isael like that, as they killed Estinian like that. No way. No way. I'm in denial. He's gonna be like, oh, yes, I was injured, but I'm fine. My wounds have recovered. Copium? Right, let us not keep Sir Aymeric waiting. They don't know. They don't know, chat. Are you quite well, Thancred? Yes, yes, quite well, forgive me. You have given me a rather lot to digest. This whole affair with the Ishgardians and the Dravanians, and our friends nowhere to be found. 'Twould seem there is no end to our troubles. But we can face them head on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks and leave the others to their heirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you, as they found me. In time, we will find Yda and Papalymo, and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we look back on together. Pray, do not misunderstand. I do not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wish that I had rejoined our grand adventure at one of its more triumphal moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough, and you may rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt. He's like, hey, sorry I missed literally everything, but I'm ready to go. It sounded like Bill Knightley. I know the spelling is wrong, but it sounded like Victor of Underworld. I don't know them by name. I know you will. So then, to the congregation. Dude, if I walk in there and they're like, yeah, Americ's fucking dead, I'm gonna shit. Dej, don't. Do not. Hi, Lucia. You've returned. In this, at least the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. It pleases me to inform you that Vidofnir has accepted Sir Americ's invitation. She has? These are glad tidings indeed. However, he's dead. Would that the... Whoa. Okay, I'm not jumping to any conclusion. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Ah, is he otherwise engaged? Oh, I almost lost it. I almost fell out of my chair. Oh my god. Sleeping off a knife to the gut. Sleeping off. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Do not toy with me, video game. I was about to perish. I was so scared. Oh, what happened? Will he live? The Triggergians tell me that he will make a full recovery, but had Lord Edmund and Lord Artorial not been on hand when the assassin struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. We've been dousing the fires, but for every one we put out, it seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Broom. 'Tis plain these fires were started by the assassin's conspirators. Until they have been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Yes. Dude, my god, I can't handle this game. Let us be about it. The fact that the music stopped and Lucia's like, yeah, would that it be that he was here to hear it? I'd be like, ah! I shit, dude. He's okay, he's sleeping off the wound, he's fine. He's living his best life. He's fine. He's fine. Oh, I've seen the Pirates of the Caribbean? Of course I have. I think I've seen all of them. The flames are spreading. We must needs begin our investigation immediately. Was a fake out? That was so cruel. That was so cruel. Witnesses must be found. Suspects must be identified. Have you been able to determine the precise locations of where the fires were set? Mayhap there's a pattern. If there is, we have yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city, in both the pillars and foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it's best to divide our forces. Master Alphino and Mistress Yisholta. Shtola, there we go. I would have you take charge of the investigation in Foundation. Hey, we just brought back Thancred. We need to balance the sides again. Oh my god. Cursals, honestly, I would not be shocked. Oh, he played Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean. Okay. So the narrator that was just speaking, you say it sounded like him? As you wish. Mayhap Tataru can be of assistance as well. Meaning sir and me get the pillars, or they'll like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogue strike and oppose over there be joining us? This boy. Yep. Thancred of the Signs of the Seventh Dawn. And may I say, EJ, I love you too. Off to make some dinner. Please keep enjoying Heavensward. I am, Gray. Enjoy your dinner. Whew. EJ, what level are you now? Are you making progress? And may I say, what a pleasure it is to meet you too, my lady. I'll bet. The name's Ilda. A scion, eh? And there I was thinking I'd found a fellow ruffian amongst all the illustrious personages. Hey, Merrick. Literally Cursals. I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately. That is all. Okay. Let's find the arsons, the little firebugs. While we could begin by sifting through charred rubble and questioning random passerby, in my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. In our case, that's usually Tataru, but... Oh, aye, the infamous Lord Manelaine de Fortamp, lover of women and wine. Though neither care for him that much. They say he could gossip for Ishgard. Just the sort of fellow I had in mind, Capito's suggestion. He'll be at the Crozier, most like, making an effort to be seen, so let's go and see him. Me watching, hoping I don't get banned. Grizzled I will accept, but old? He's not that old. He's had white hair since we've known him. Bum, 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 bum. To the jeweled Crozier. Hello, Emanelaine. Well, if it isn't Sir, dearest of all my friends, you're looking rather glum. Something the matter, old boy? Ah, yes, the arsons. Dreadful business that, and awfully curious, wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames after all. Oh, in case you were wondering why the Hoplon is awash with refugees, the lower levels of the vault have been open to those unfortunate souls who have lost their homes. Sir Americ's orders, from what I hear, remarkable man. Not even a knife in the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old boy, if you're looking for of questioning the refugees, I should be more than happy to accompany you to Hoplon. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. You son of a gun. Have a great day, Immaculate. Head out later. Tomatoes! You're gonna head out. Did Ima turn into Immaculate? Tomatoes, thanks for hanging out with us. That's hilarious. Phone autocorrect Ima into Immaculate. Immaculate, head out laters. Tomatoes, good to see you. Wait a moment, I know what this is. You're giving me one of your looks, aren't you? You do me injustice, old boy. I will have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you remain unconvinced. Very well. If it will help to prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now run along and catch those arsonists. Wow, autocorrect came for you. It fully did. Back to work. Catch you later, Zelda. Enjoy your time. Be safe. Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees in the Hoplon, sir, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? Why do I feel like Thancred's trying to hit on Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in an unfamiliar city by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. Why do I feel like they're like flirting? It's 2 a.m. for you. You're gonna head to bed. Kaio, have a good sleep. Boom, boom, boom. Ishgardian's on the Hoplon. What's the closest? Saint Raymond's. Saint Raymond's. There we go. Hello? Kyo! Shit. Hello, Kyo. Goodbye, Kyo. Have a good sleep. Shit. You let me say it wrong for how long? Come, my brothers and sisters. There's food and shelter enough for all in the Basilica? I don't know. Halone's blessing be upon you, Father. I confess we were not sure if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop and Sir Aymeric and the Dravanians. Trust in your heart, brother, and pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. Do you require succor as well, sir? You listened to the Soundfall OST today. What'd you think? Bangin'? Bangin'? So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good. This madness has gone on far too long. Would that I could do something to aid in your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. You got so much work done. It's bangin'. Enjoy the game. I will. Kyo. 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 I'm just gonna say it a couple times. Kyo. Kyo. Boom. There. We're there. We're there. I will never say Kaio again. There was a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and then there was smoke everywhere. It was so hot I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm is getting better after all. Well, we have a man with a satchel. That narrows it down a little bit. I keep throwing off my office mates because I'm wearing my huge noise-canceling headphones, and they'll try talking to me, and you're just like straight up ignoring them because you can't hear them. What if Kingdom Hearts is just Goofy trying to impress Max's girlfriend with stories of his old D&D campaign? Who's Max? Do you mean Sora? Ours was one of the first homes to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbors shouting that I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, sorry, canceled. I deserve that. I totally did not draw the connection. Gorsh, I sure forgot Goofy's kid's name for a second. Holy shit, you're done. Straight to Twitter, canceling Terra for this one. You're done, Mr. Streamer, we got you. Fuck, dude. To the Shadow Realm. Holy shit, dude. When I'm like hard focused on something, nothing else exists to me. It's so bad. Fuck, of course it's this kid. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We will require more than the muddled testimony of a traumatized girl if we are to identify the culprits. Plus, all we have is Guy and Satchel. That's all we got. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires, including one near St. Raimonad's Cathedral and another near the tribunal. For a mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. Some might say they were spared by the grace of the Fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on the 2 occasions when their target was a bastion of Ishgardian orthodoxy. Sus. I don't know if this is true, but there's a reason there's never been a Kingdom Hearts event in 14, and supposedly it's because Yoshi-P doesn't want Disney to have their hands in 14 at all. That is so fair. Disney has their hands in fucking everything, and you know he would have to like concede some what's the word, some rights to Disney if they did it. A shame, but understandable. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give one cause to wonder. Alphinaud will doubtless have an opinion. Fuck the mouse. Yeah, the mouse needs his grubby little paws in everything, so I fully understand Yoshi-P in not wanting to give them that. P.S. You're going to Disney in 2 weeks. Let's go. Disneyland or Disney World? I don't know the difference, but I'm asking to make conversation. Make sure to punch a mouse mascot. What is wrong with my mouth today? Make sure to punch a mouse mascot walking around. Yeah, don't do that. Don't listen to Gulsev. Show that minimum wage worker what for? No, this is the worst advice. I continue to decease Gorsh. Oh no. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it back. Let me live in my shame peacefully. Who am I looking for? Oh, Alphinaud. Whichever one is in Florida, the big one. Disneyland, right? Disneyland is the big one. No, Disney World? I actually don't know. Disneyland, California. Okay. Silence will avail you not, sir. Speak, Mr. Stabby McGee. Ah, sir, I was just about to summon you. As you can see, we have obtained a suspect. Wait, is this not the same Stabby boy? We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to eyewitness, he was also present before the fires broke out. So many Disneys. Yeah, too many. That clip is gonna make me cry. It's so funny. Gorsh! We wished to have words. He did not, so we insisted. Let me go, damn it. You've got the wrong man. My, but you reek of oil. And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose. But tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile. Look at me. Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun us a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped the leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you. But then these highborn types rarely do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you rabid and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks. He's the one that told me to keep going. The oldest trick in the book. We got him. We got him, boys. He fell for it. Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I'd left it behind, tried to, with all my heart, said my prayers every day like a good man, but he came to me. He came to me. And there you have it, Hilda. Would you be so kind as to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind if he's limping when he gets there. Holy shit, kick his ass. Ruin him. Destroy his kneecaps. That was incredible, Thancred, but how did you know he would confess? Well, I've seen his like before, a troubled soul manipulated by men of power and wielded as a weapon. I could not be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it worth the risk. And if our captain had called your bluff, or captive, not captain, we must entertain hypotheticals? The world as it is vexing enough. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, we have at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. I think it best that we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. And maybe Amaric's stab wound will be better. Maybe Amaric will be okay. Do you guys think Amaric will be okay? I sure hope so. Dude, this poor destitute person. I'm going to pet them. I pet them. They'll feel better. They're like literally shivering for their life. I feel a little bad. But we have quests to do. I can't feel that bad. You bookmarked it so you don't clutter the commands out. Wise. On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, I thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak, though he fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned his master. He will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Artoirel. Are you come to see your father? He's attending Sir Amaric in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring his salve. Then do not let me detain you, and thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Would that I could do more. My lord, Artoirel did not seem to be in the best of spirits. 'Tis little wonder, Master Alphino, his father is widely slandered, and his half-brother not yet cold in the grave. I don't know what these are. I'm gonna take the one of slaying. Okay. So now we'll get the accessories of casting. A wind-up Hosher font and the House 4 Temp Kite Shield. Aw.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Far too many to count.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
Sausages, Gosev.
Are healing well. Thank you. Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
True. Oh. Civil war is how they'll react.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
Don't make me go back in there. Don't make me go back in there.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond. They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
That quote is so unfortunate, Val.
Ridiculous. I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emeric would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
Wait, I missed that. They want to execute Sir Emeric? I was chewing on my sausage and I didn't hear it.
Fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Gosh.
Given
For
the
treason.
fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force,
Oh, God.
I fear.
Back into the vault we go.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands.
I was chewing on my sausage, Mac.
I will
Do not lewd
give
my
these
sausages.
militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Everybody nod.
Of course.
There we go. Everything's funny. Mac, are you sleep deprived by chance? Or
We
high?
are in your debt.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Your assistance is most welcome.
Sweetling, no! How dare you?
To arms then, friends. Time is against us.
Dude, I saw somebody else with a counter for how many times the Warrior of Light nods, and I want to have like a counter to just keep count of how many times everyone nods in a cutscene, like all people. Set it up on a hotkey so I can just do nod. I was chewing on my sausage. By the time you're done, dude, there would be like billions of just nod responses. Vel, no, that emo combo. Echo! Echo, when do you start the job again? Is it already? Because I know you were mentioning you could start it sooner. Also, Echo, I love you. Hope your day's been awesome. Nodders. Nodders. Just all nodders. We need to go to the Jeweled Crozier, I think is the closest. The 26th? Yo, that's right around the corner. Excited? Are you nervous? Are you excited? Do you want to be brave and bleach your hair? Full send. Full send, Sweetling. Just do it safely. The horror stories. The horror stories of people bleaching their hair and then like falling asleep with the bleach in their hair. Holy shit. Terrifying. Goodbye hair. You are now bald. You love Borpalik. You don't care how cursed it is. It's so cursed. Honestly, I don't want to work in sales, but it's a job and you don't have to worry about transportation. A work from home position, honestly blessed. Listen well, we will enter the Basilica silently via this gate. According to our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true brothers of the faith are unknown. I am told one claimed to have served under Thordan the 7th. Got it. Might the same be true of the rest? Given the swiftness with which they seized control of the vault, I think it highly unlikely, yes, which means that they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defenses against us. Be that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Artoirel, you are a brave man and true. None would dare question your honor if you chose not to risk your life in this endeavor. Are you certain you wish to join us? I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Aymeric. My arm will not falter. My shield will not break. Alone as my witness, we will bring these fanatics to justice. Well said, my lord. Friends, follow me. Duty calls! Borpalicker Kekleo. I've never done it before. You're making me nervous. Just don't fall asleep with it in your hair, Sweeting. Just don't fall asleep with it in your hair. You're good to go. Like, what's the maximum for bleach? 40 minutes, and that's like a hard maximum. Dude, this guy aggroed me. Dude, there's so many other people. Why are you aggroing me? There's literally a billion people here. I'm little baby Caster. Bah. Bah. Go get him, Garuda. Hydrate. Catnip! Hi, Catnip. Thanks for hydrate. The people cookies into the Omega lol. Love it. Love it. You must hurry. The others were taken elsewhere by Sir Simeonard. Sir Simeonard? So this is indeed the work of the Archbishop's former servants. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Does that mean we maybe get our full vengeance? If it's his former servants, then they may yet still be alive? And we can have revenge? Pause, champ. I'll be so happy. I'll be so happy. And also amazed, if that's the case, that you guys didn't say anything. Considering how sensitive my scalp is, the lowest I could find was like a 40 volume. I'll be lucky to last 20. Should have gone to Sally's. And I would say stay away from your roots, Sweetling. With the bleach, just don't do your roots. A lot of people don't. And it seems the safest option. Lurk, because I don't want to be in my chair anymore. Totally understandable. Catnip, thank you for the lurk. Wait, they're beating up the refugee. Stop it. Leave the refugee alone. All you're doing is your roots. Okay, then yeah, like 20 minutes max. The roots develop so fast. They took the others somewhere. It all happened so quickly. There they are. Let none escape. Uh-oh. When's Wide Fridge and Wicked Fridge? No way.
Me.
No way. Trust me, I'd rather go and get it did by a learned and competent human, but money's, yeah, it's... I think you could handle it on your own. If it's just the roots, then you don't have to worry about like comparing the length of your hair to the roots and like doing the thing where you bleach part of the length and then go to the roots. If it's just the roots, I feel like you could handle it well and not overdevelop it. There's so much I want to do, but life's so busy. I wanted to paint my nails today and I ran out of time. I haven't painted my nails in forever. Oh shit, I skipped some dialogue. Ha, the word of a heretic and kinslayer. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights. We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the archbishop. Wide fridge. Oh my god. You have like 3 different dyes for hair. The one is only if you tone. Whoop. Oh, rip Vel. Somebody save Vel. Somebody save Vel. Unlike you, Sir Aymeric, I'm a man of honor. By my hand you shall receive of the Fury's judgment. So it is to be a trial then, Lord Artoirel. Sir, leave us and save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simeonard. How? There you go, you did it. Justice for Vel. Vel posted a link, the bot got her fucking rip. Oh, I'm supposed to leave. I'm supposed to leave? Where am I supposed? Samric is still wounded, sir. If we do not move quickly, he will surely fall. Where am I going? See to the hostages. Okay. What is that? Wicked fridge fishing. Downstairs, thank you. I'm panicking. Sir Aymric's gonna die. Ah, here we go. So anyway, I started blasting. Dude, I wish I could spam Death Flare. That big beam of light. I wish I could spam that. I want to be all powerful. Omnipotent. Wide fridge fishing. Or no, wicked fridge fishing. Dude, what even is 7TV? Fridge jam made you snort? There's a fridge jam? Where are the rest of the hostages? Hostages. I find them! Do we want the bobble fridge jam or the shuffle fridge jam? Questions I never thought I would receive in my lifetime. Or the 1990s yellow fridge with me. What? What? Dude, explain this question to somebody. I see no others nearby. Come, Sir Merrick needs our help. I hate that this is a sentence that makes sense. That's literally what I was thinking also. Do you treat yourself to one spooky spooky squishmallow? Yes, you do. I need more squishmallows. Oh, you don't go up there. Did you hydrate? No, I forgot. Actually, I may have hydrated. Either way, I could do with more hydration. Oh, I'm about to hit an AoE.
This knight does not yield.
Did you guys know that that knight does not yield? I heard that somewhere. Seven TV is a disaster. Oh my god. Need a fridge jam on a bridge. The Nightmare Before Crimbus Squishmallow collection is on Amazon. Damn, rip your wallet. There's no way you could resist. This ragged Refugi! We're here to save you. Fury be praised. He took Melee. You must hurry. The priest took Melee upstairs when he saw you kill his men. Have no fear, child. We will save your friend. You don't own any Squishmallows. Perfect time to fix it.
Where is he?
Perfect time to fix that issue. Rip my bones. Kecleo is such a good emote. Honestly, Kecleo does not get as much love as KekW. And I think it needs more praise. You're going to kill a small child.
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Yeah, what? You kill the girl, then we absolutely kill you.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
That could be arranged.
We
could arrange that.
To spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
He Madge. I'm also Madge.
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
What was that face? Oh my god, rip the girl, but that face was too much. I was too busy laughing at the face to realize a little girl was dying. Fucking rip. Splat! Oh, that's so dark. Oh, that's so dark! Oh no! Oh! Oh, Vidofner! Literally perfect timing.
What?
Literally perfect timing. I thought that was about to get so dark. Holy sh- I thought we were about to have a child pancake on our hands. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I was worried. I was concerned.
Vidofner!
Long cat plushie. Need.
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment.
Quite the opposite.
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Right, Izagi? Like, the dragon just saved your... Why are you still scared of it? It literally saved your life.
Thou art welcome, child.
We're in Discord. You could just put it general chat, stream discussion. Either one's fine. Thou art welcome, child. Stream discussion it is. Nodders.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Sus. Why does her face look so sus?
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee.
It's nearly as long as you are tall. Holy shit.
I bear a message from my sire.
From Bracefelder?
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing.
That's just her face? Oh no. She has resting sus face.
Did then take wing. This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Give me some glimmer of hope.
Such matters are beyond
Ah,
my
you
ken.
fuck.
I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt.
Okay.
Fare you well.
EJ, have good sleep.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
Nodders.
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers?
I don't understand how it could drive a
After
wedge.
1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle
fair
swiftness
enough.
to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. you may be sure that others will rally to their cause.
Unfortunate.
I share your desire for lasting peace with the Javanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of Horsefon in you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Aww.
Lord Edmund.
Edmund, literally. Dude, there are moments where I'm playing and I completely forget that this is an MMO because the story is so not MMO-y. This has been a day of surprises, has it not? 'Tis but a pity Vidofnir could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well-timed scarcely does it justice, but one moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray that the Ishgardians who yet harbored doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Amic's words. I told you, Final Fantasy game first, MMO second. Definitely agree. 'Tis only meet that I inform Tataru of what has occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be at Fortomp Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tataru would never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. Pray return to the Waking Sands. It's coming. The more we get the gang together, the more likely that we have to return to the Waking Sands. I'm mortified. I'm going to ask Moogles about being a Dark Knight. Really? Izaki? What in the quest line is the Dark Knight quest line? A moment, sir. I wish a word. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? He held his own in the vault. He got on well enough with Hilda. Let's do that. Said you'd ask Moogles for advice. Questionable. Of that I have no doubt. His time in the wilderness did not deprive him of his charm. But that is neither here nor there. What concerns me is his etheric flow, which I fear has been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect that his ability to manipulate ether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magics. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. And when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may well have seemed more sensible to wait. But this is still a little more than speculation. Until I have proof, pray speak no word of it. She fucked them up by yeeting him through the ether. He had Shadowbringers yet? People leave it. No, it's still gonna be a while. Right then, I should be on my way. Kral may have charmed Master Matoya for now, but who knows how long it will last. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Do do do. Do do do. Let me in. Post Heavensward has a ton of good stuff, if I'm remembering, and Stormblood is good too. Lots of nodders in that aspect too. Okay.
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue.
Well, you guys gave me the broken one already.
But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house.
Okay.
Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince houses Durandare and Zemail.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge.
Rip, dude.
Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
A knight lives to serve.
You sound just like him.
That's why I said it.
I suspect that is what Horschiffon would have said. To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You were a brother to Horschiffon. Will you be a brother to me as well?
As long as you promise not to fucking die. As long as you stay alive, sure. Sure.
Come, Manalaine. There's much to be done.
Dude,
for father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard.
in accepting that we're gonna be a brother to him, a timer just popped up above his head like a fucking death timer. Tragedy striking in. I don't trust anything. I don't trust anyone.
To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future.
Ghost, thank you so much for the lurk.
A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortom. Heavensward, as goes light, so goes darkness. So it was Edmund narrating the whole time. How did I not realize? This is thy proof. The Garen oracles. Apocrypha? It is a truth long forgotten, a tale of the beginning, and of the path we have been set upon. Huh? What? What? Eorzea, what are you doing? Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done? These have all been Edmund, yeah. Ever since you first stepped into Ishgard. I can't believe it took me that long to realize. Glad to see Unicorn Man is still here. Yes, it is, ding. Why is he... Why are you dealing with Ascians? Also, you're in some sort of like chained up forbidden library? And Alphino's there? I have so many questions. Yo, that looks an awful a lot like Yida from behind. That looks an awful lot like Papolimo! Everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. You know what? You know what Yida looks like from behind, wouldn't you, Browse? Yeah. Respectfully. I fear it will be bloody. Booba, respectfully. By Ralgar, it had better be. We cannot stay here forever, Yida. We have other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them, every one. The gang's all back! Minfilia. Still missing Minfilia. Missing Filia. Boom! New accessories. Hiya! Okay, we're all upgraded. As it once was. You know it's not the same as it once was. Kind of a mouthful. Alphino, sir, we've been looking all over for you. We received news regarding Fiamin, I always forget how to pronounce that. Hoary Boulder and Coltonet. Really? Has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned the Scion's good name had been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa Laminsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. And you don't mind being spied on. Quite. But what wonderful news to think our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Alphino. Ah, Thancred and Kryl, what brings the two of you here? Kryl and I have been looking into how we might track down Minfilia. And we may just have found the answer. Sir, when you were fleeing Ul'dah with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, and I see no reason to suspect that it is not, it seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, this is all quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, might surely leave some residual trace, a lingering disturbance in the ether, or ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found, the battleground where Sir felled the Ultima weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy? 'Twas there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield him from the magic I invoked. Kryl and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the ether therein. The two of you, alone? I have a proven knack for subterfuge, and I am confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Kryl while the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Sir come along, who will see Fiamin's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well. I trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find Minfilia, but it will at the very least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. I have the Haurchefant minion now! I do! I'm too scared to bring it out right now. Tataru and I will return to the Rising Stones and make— No! Not the Rising Stones! Make preparations for our comrades' return. Might I impose upon you to meet them at the Limonzen docks? Sure. Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. Pray return to the Rising Stones. No! I'm tired of it. It was basically Waking Sands light with how often we went back to it. Do do do. Arcanist skills. That's not the right one. There we go. Ooh, they got some gear upgrades, did they? They look different. Oh, sir, how have you? Look at his armor. He's looking fancy. Oh, sir, how have you been? Come here. Let me have a good look at you. Paka, the Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi-stage of aerobic capacity test that gets progressively harder as a... Paka, how are you? How dare you? How dare you come in with that trauma? Oh, thank the 12. One hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. I worried about you every day. We would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard the Hanish vessel. Hoary Boulder's armor looks wild as well. Also, he got abs. I don't think he had abs last time. I think he had like a plain breastplate. It pained us not being there when you needed us most, but we made the most of it, didn't we, Coltonet? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did, and you guys got upgrades. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance... But with those dark days behind us at last, I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. If I have to live it, so do you. You know what, fair. What do you mean she's missing? How could this happen? Or how could you let this happen? Forgive me, I'm sure you're doing everything in your power to find her, as Thancred must be. He watched over her from the first, long before me, and he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, and busy myself in the meantime. For a certainty, there is much and more to be done. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that's the spirit, to the Scions, and a long overdue reunion. Huzzah! Well, there you have it, to the Rising Stones. Pray return to the Rising Stones. Oh. Creepy Garlean music. Dude, that's Thancred in disguise. A clever disguise, Thancred. They'll never see through you.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Two Thancreds in a trench coat.
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out.
I don't think Lalafels are his type.
Did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
Yo, Ding, thank you for saying that. Back to lurking. Enjoy your lurk.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Uldar. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed.
Oh.
I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every Scions. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light,
our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
What they're referencing was the opening for starting a new character in 1.0 in Ul'dah. Gotcha.
My apologies. I can see she means
It was a
the world
parade.
to you.
Actually, a first scene in Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. Got it. That's cool. That's a cool throwback. Especially if you'd play 1.0, you'd be like, oh my god, I remember.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
To the Rising Stones! It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us just beyond those doors. Friends and family with whom we've shared so much. Gods help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. Rise this! Oi. Oh, it's back here. Why did I think it was that building? Did he? No, I think I'm just totally backwards. I think it's just been a while since I've been in here. Aliane, Ephemi. It fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy. And what of Higiri? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. It just wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. I don't know who these people are. I have no memory of these people. We could do with one more. We could do with more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions. Brings a bloody tear to my eye. To secret oneself in a ship's hold to secure passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we all know too well. When they are well rested, I should like to seek a formal introduction. How could you forget Ergmus and homie? He's literally a homie. Why wait, friend? Come, there's no need to be shy. Pray grant me a moment longer at least, though I'm happy to oblige you. My legs are rather less accommodating. I know Hoary Boulder, at least. Ocher, what in the seven hells drove my little brother to come to Mordona? Why, you, brother. You and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained, that I might grow as strong as you, that I might fight alongside you. Yet now that you're here, I sense you have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me. You trained with Hanish, did you not? Other than Hoary Boulder and one or two others, they're all so absolutely background that I don't recall any of them. Yeah, Hoary Boulder like stands out because he had such a unique design, and Coltonet stands out because he was always beside Hoary Boulder. Your eyes do not deceive, brother. I have studied the trials of the braves and drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. Glad though I am to be home, I cannot but help think of those who have yet to return. Once we've settled in, I would join the search. Hoary Boulder and the rest. Exactly. Those two also show up every once in a while. Yeah, they showed up quite a bit. But Hoary Boulder is just such a unique design. How could you forget him? Flaming red hair. Ah, what a heartwarming reunion. I sure hope nothing horrible happens. been so long since I've seen them all like this. Too long. 'Twas the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing, others whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alphino. We know we will, or I know we will. Minfilia, Ida, Papalymo, every last one. And etc. The main characters and etc. When they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. Oh, cookies? Oh, a sesame cookie. Tales of blue monster who greedily devour these baked delights have frightened children across the realm for generations. A sesame cookie. That sounds really good. Cookie! Gib cookie. The world of the mother. This is a crazy picture right here. Thancred and Kral contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that their foray into Castrum Meridianum bore fruit. They asked that we rendezvous with them and Y'shtola in Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. Okay, bye, Fiamin. We'll be back. Ooh, this game reminded me that I have yet to try cooking anything from your 14 cookbook. I need to get on that. Come on, Cursals. Are the recipes quite complex? Or are there simple recipes in there? Are there Terra recipes in there? Recipes that I could handle. Like, you know, like 5 ingredients max. I'm a terrible cook and I realized why. It's because if there's more than like a handful of ingredients, I start panicking and forgetting which order anything goes in and like have to double check the recipe like 14 times. 5 ingredients? Okay, I think I can handle that. But like anything 6? I'm gone. I can't handle that. My apologies. I see I'm the last to arrive. So what news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be the remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether at the scene of the Ultima weapon's destruction, a ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. I think there are Terra recipes in there, also alcoholic ones too. Apparently they're actually really good. Yo. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believe Hydaelyn shielded me with the Blessing of Light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to Sildi Aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Hydaelyn, there is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Y'shtola used flow, it appeared that not 2 but 3 beings had been affected. Yet unlike Y'shtola and Thancred, there were no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there and then not there. Unknown? Could it be Minfilia? Now recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in a sea of ether. Though this too is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that when communing with Hydaelyn, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Hydaelyn interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Y'shtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Hydaelyn may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. Kral's just pulling shit out of her ass, to be honest. Honestly true. She's like techno-babbling me, but with the Hydaelyn magic. You are implying, I take it, that Hydaelyn guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her, body and soul, unto the ethereal sea? In which case, we must needs continue our search there, for a blessing, the means to do so already exists. Like a balloon and something bad happens. I speak of the Antitower, a Charlayan construct conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know where its entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian, a contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Antitower? I had no idea. How convenient. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. Seems all roads lead to Master Matoya, and no one else. Hello? What even is this? You're sitting on a turnip. Oh, I gotta run there? Do, 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 do. This way. You saw someone riding a gorilla earlier? How grotesque. Yo, Cat, how you doing? Welcome in. Look at this show off. Look at this show off floating around me. Monster. I just read this achievement. Successfully complete the fate Metal Gear's Revengeance 2. Dude, they went full ridiculous with these fate names. Metal Gear's Revengeance. It's totally different from Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Just stopping by to chat while I wait for my SO to get on Valo. How's it going? It's going very good. Thanks for asking. The story has had many twists and turns and has been quite enjoyable. Quite a pleasure. Do, 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 do. Alright, it's not up, it's through the caves. We don't go up, we stay down. I just realized you chased me the whole way, Golsuf. Something tells me a dungeon is perhaps approaching if Golsuf is nearby. do, 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 do. Smiley face. Never played a Final Fantasy game? This looks kind of cool. It's so good, Cat. There's a free trial as well. You can play either on PlayStation or a PC. Oh, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Ah, though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry to the Antitower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the ethereal sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? He stole, the shrug. The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If that's no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the Antitower was sealed save one. The one in my fucking office. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. We'll see about that. Sir can go. Take the magicless rogue too, if you like. He's no use to me. The rest of you will stay and work, and I'll hear no argument. Those are my terms. Oh, and I should be delighted to accompany you. Lead the way, sir. Thancred, no. Your etheric flow has been compromised. Do not deny it. To venture into an environment so thick with ether, so close to the ethereal sea, would be to risk further impairment or worse. But Minfilia could be in there waiting for us. And you could die, and for what? If she's been waiting beyond, Sir will find her. Trust in him. Have faith. Magicless rogue. Damn it all. Bring her back to us. What's he gonna do? Sit in a corner? Boing. Do 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 do. Social. friends list. Gossif. Invite the party. Kurtles, are you alive? Are you awake? Do you want to do dungeon? Boom, 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 boom. Kurtles might be asleep. Kurtles might be asleep, you guys. We're gonna let Kurtles sleep. Oh, Kurtles is awake. Hi. Yeah. Boop. There you go. And then I make sure I uncheck the singularity reactor. Unchecked. We go to dungeons. We check anti-tower. We're good. Commence. Me? Asleep? Are you crazy, Terra? Yeah, I am. But that's besides the fact. I gotta eat more cold sausage. I'm so hungry, but I don't want to take a break. Cold sausage bungo type. Honestly, it's still completely full of flavor. I don't know what kind of sausages these are, but they're really good. It's probably garlic. Let's be real. It's probably some sort of garlic sausage. If it's super flavorful, it's probably garlic. Magic Frog. Hello, Magic Frog. How are you? He looks kind of like twitchy. He looks nervous. You good, Magic Frog? Can I even talk to you? Greetings and welcome to my mistress's abode. How may I serve you, Ribbit? What? Why can I have dialogue with him? What do you do here? I am Toro Rogo, a humble servant of Mistress Matoya, Ribbit. In Charlayan, it is commonplace to make servants of animals and objects by imbuing them with intelligence. By my mistress's grace, I was raised from a lonely toad to become a Pirogo, capable of speech and reasoning. But be warned, Ribbit, for not all Pirogos you will meet will be as civilized and refined as I am. The masterless creatures outside the cave, for instance, will attack passersby unprovoked. Left behind during the Exodus, they have taken leave of their powers of discernment. In addition to we Pirogos, my mistress also has brooms for her servants. Together, we aid her in many and more ways, from her research to her daily needs. Indeed, there is no end to the tasks that we want for doing, Ribbit. What about Junkmonger? Hey, Junkmonger, are you mongering junk? Oh, he literally is. You sell weapons, hey? You have a better book for me by chance? No, it's worse. Wait, these are both... Wait. Oh, here's my book. No, it's worse. Item comparison. Yeah, no, it's way worse. It's terrible. It's a terrible book. Oh, I haven't been eating my eggs. I haven't been eating my boiled eggs. What's wrong with me? I should probably put these health potions on my bar just in case of emergency. Restores up to 1920 max hit points, and I have 8,290, so it's a very small amount comparatively for a max potion. Oh my god, I have all these elegant silver pieces that I haven't sold. Can I sell these right now? Hey you. Will you buy my shit? Also repair my shit? Thank you. I just gained like 50,000. Shee, I'm rich. I just gained like 75,000 from just selling those. I just choked. I have the ink long dry orchestration roll. That means I can play the music in the inn, right? The ink long dry orchestration roll is added to your orchestration list. Back to the cookbook thing, because I was tanking a dungeon at the time. I have the perfect cookbook for you if 6 is too many ingredients. It's the 4-ingredient cookbook. Hold up. Actually? If it pops while I'm alt-tabbed, it'll like startle me, right? The 4-ingredient cookbook. Huh. Would you look at that? 700 recipes? Each using only 4 ingredients. How? How? Also, it's doxing me because it's an Amazon link. But how? I always forget Amazon links are not safe. I should use a separate browser. Ooh, for stream. How? Your mom gave you a copy when you moved out. Name me, like, are any of them impressive? Name me one that's impressive that uses 4 ingredients. I feel like they'd all be like chicken and rice with salt and pepper. There's your 4 ingredients. Bread has like 4 ingredients, and bread is like one of the best substances known to man. So I mean, good argument. Well made. Well articulated. Have to go grab it? Okay. If you can't find it or it's too much work, don't worry. It's so beautiful here. Oh, it's upside down. It's upside down. Welcome back, Pepper. Pepper, how are you? Oh, he hath given us succor. Pierogi River Tamer. He's so cute. I returned. I am Mac. Mac, you're the worst. This map is so cool, dude. Look at that. You cannot look me in the eye and tell me that Final Fantasy does not go all out on its environments. That's so cool. I am good. I'm still Mac. You guys are horrible. Who made you guys the way that you are? He's so pretty. He's so pretty. Your therapist? No! Did I ever tell you guys what my favorite response was to the question, who hurt you? I was talking to this guy, and it was the first time that I met them, but I got a pretty good vibe of what their humor was like. I love you too, Hike, how are you? I got a pretty good idea of what their humor was like pretty quickly, but they said something super controversial, and I can't remember what it was now, but it was like, nobody thinks the way that they think kind of thing. And so I said, who hurt you? And they looked me dead in the eyes and said, my dad. And I was like, oh no, it was too real. It was too accurate. he was 100% joking, but like kind of not joking. It was that dark humor level where it was, they said it as a joke, but like there was like a sliver of truth to it. And it got me. It fucking tickled me, dude. I laughed so hard. I was literally dead skull emoji. I just thought before you said that, I'm gonna say my mom. Fuck, it's too real. Gee, I sure hope this boss doesn't have crazy mechanics. Oh, there's bubbles. There's bubbles. What are the bubbles doing? I'm just gonna move away from them. Oh, they explode. It's a good thing I moved away from them. But of course the bubbles would explode. Feel like I've been gone for a long time? Feels like forever. We missed you. How you doing? How you doing, Hike? You were mistaken. You don't own a copy of the 4-ingredient cookbook. You have the 5-ingredient cookbook. Oh, that's too many. That's like my upper limit. That is literally what we were discussing. 5 is like, that's when I start breaking apart. 6 is when I fully die. But 5, I still feel stressed. You own the Cooking with Coolio book. Do you recommend? We were talking about the Final Fantasy XIV cookbook. Item comparison. This is item level 195. Oh, that's not even worth taking, dude. That's such a low item level. What if the 6th ingredient is a bottle of vodka? I can handle that. I can handle that, I think. Oh, you know the usual. Relapse to Destiny 2. Just been straight grinding, but have you been having fun? Because that's all that matters. No shame in playing any game. The music is beautiful. Oh! Oh, we're moving, wait for me. Do, do, do. Ooh. Hey, 14 players. Do you guys know if there's any way for me to turn off the noise? Because I spam the hotkey all the time, and I've suddenly just become acutely aware of the as I try and hit the thing while it's on cooldown. Is there a way to turn off that individual noise? Because I would very much like to. Had to stop playing Fallout 4 because of tech issues. First was a bug with constant explosions coming from a chemical cancer. Then the game squished the aspect ratio. 3 inches to the left, leaving the right side of the screen black. That's so cursed. Oh, what the? Oh, hide behind rocks if you get aimed at. Okay. Oof, Grilled, I feel for you. What's the neglect achievement in Hollow Knight? Oh, I still need that achievement, Sweetling. I still need that one. Dude, I just realized these hallways we're walking through, it's the upside down, like, corridors of the upside down palace. Or the anti-tower, I guess I should say. Oh my god, they just keep falling from the ceiling. Where are they? Are they like up on the ceiling? I wonder if you could look up and see them before they fall. Oh, no. Nope. No, thank you. No, thank you. Why? For who? It's horrible. Why? Why? You got a driver's permit today. Let's go, Ellie. Congrats. Kill it with fire. Who asked for this? Why? Oh my god, they dancing. This is horrendous. And they have horrible eye lasers? What in the world is going on in the House of Commons? Okay, they're dead. They're not dead. They're back. They were only pretending. Fusion mode? Oh! Oh, no! Oh, it got worse! It got much worse. No. I hate it. Oh no, I hate it. It's literally like a ventriloquist doll. I think it's striking back when you hit it right now. Yeah, it was. My eyes, they are closed. Understandable. Why am I a doll? Help! Help, I'm a doll! Release me! Thank you. Music banging though. Not mad about that one. Oh shit, it's very. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, it's so. Oh, it's so bad. Why? Why? I hate it. I hated everything about that. That was horrendous. That was horrible. Why don't? Oh my god, here you go. Ka-ching, you get comment. Oh my god, it's a minion. I'm gonna greed for it. Why not have creepy doll minion? It got worse, I'm crying. You can get minions of that boss. Yeah, it literally dropped. I see you got the fat cat attire, Crystals. You did. It shows that you once owned $20. I couldn't help myself. Don't worry, neither could Golsov. Feel. Think. Mother Heidelin.
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst.
Cope. Seethe. Mald. That's what the Crystal of Darkness says,
We are
Golsif.
the word of the mother. We, who were once called Minfilia.
She got crazy braids in the ether? She had time to braid her hair. It's very nice. It's very nice, yes.
Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet. Since I hearkened to her word. Mother Heidelin guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow.
Ah, yep.
And delivered unto the ethereal sea.
I'm gonna take my salted caramel whiskey spiked pumpkin spice latte and head out. I forgot I was doing things. Pepper, have a good day.
There, adrift and alone. Her voice silent once more. I prayed. For those we have lost. For those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice. One will. One word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts.
Why did she say it like that?
The truth, which
Unto
lieth
thee
at the
we
heart
bequeath.
of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more.
Cope.
Hear,
Seethe.
feel,
Mauled. You heard the bequeathed, right? She said bequeathed the weirdest way. Unto thee we bequeath. The voice actress like tripped over her own voice for like a hot second.
Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea,
She said it like Heidelin has a gun to her head.
and dark did once dwell as. But the darkness coveted power, and the
Hey, Sweetling, I'm allowed to call it out. I'm allowed to call him like I sees him, okay? Because I'm the same way.
banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound.
Is that why the moon's haunted? Hang on a second. Wait a second. Is Heidelin's like what's the word I'm looking for? Like antithesis trapped in the moon?
In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter.
Hold on a second.
Across 10 and 3 were we then divided. Reflections of the
Organization
source,
13?
each possessed of a shard.
Wait, across 10 and 3 we were then divided? Organization 13 they were divided across? Hang on, this is just Kingdom Hearts. They're opening the door to darkness, the warriors of darkness.
Zodiac
This is Kingdom Hearts.
longeth to be made whole.
You guys tricked me into
For
playing
his
Kingdom Hearts.
restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final.
Why is she talking so slow? Your final what? Your final what? You didn't finish talking.
The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea.
She ODing on light. I forgot that this was where the sundering was revealed, and I didn't catch what she said about the moon. Well,
go forth and see.
To be fair, Izagi, you guys didn't know that Endwalker existed at the time. You didn't know you were going to the haunted moon. But now I had the correlation that the moon is haunted, so I could put 2 and 2 together and be like, okay, darkness has been separated, sundered to the heavens, as it were, and separated. So, in the moon. In the moon. Moon's haunted. Moon's haunted with darkness. With, I'm assuming, like a dark crystal of some sort. An antithesis of Heidel. What? Did Minfilia just why is everybody exploding? Why is everyone I love explode? First Ysael, then Estinian, now Minfilia. I didn't get the notification you were streaming to Twitch app, Spuggy. My notifications never go out, Princess. Hi, happy to have you.
12.
Yo, Thancred?
Did you find Minfilia?
Yes. And she exploded. I don't know how to tell you this, bud. She exploded. She told me that the moon is haunted and that she exploded. And the crystal's out of strength.
The word of the mother. I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryo?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia, and if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she
Hey, Princess, no problem. It's Twitch's fault, not yours. They never send out my notifications.
Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone?
Sag.
But that cannot be. Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other...
Why are sassy, smart old ladies such a loving character?
That all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
Because it's a good, like, contradictory character. I usually do a calendar notification for people who are consistent, like me. Like me, Mac. I'm consistent. 4 p.m. 4 p.m. Central. Then they really yoinked someone in place of Thancred after. I was literally just thinking that, Cursals. I was waiting for them to finish talking to say that. Our equivalent exchange thing is still accurate.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing...
What's going to happen when we get Papalymo and Yida?
Yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths.
You know what's going to happen when we get Papalymo and Yida? One of the two is going to die. Because equivalent exchange. We're going to get both of them back and then one of them is immediately going to die. Or it'll be like a great sacrifice of one of them.
You must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight. To kill. And if necessary...
Smiley face.
To die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead.
Yeah, it is.
Walk it with your eyes open. Or not at all.
Damn, she's really like, look at the dead bodies. Look at them.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their
I'm canceling
schemes,
Ghost of again.
and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Boom, 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 boom,
Thancred,
boom.
wait! No, this is all wrong.
Meow. What's up, Zimmy? Come here. Come here, buddy. Come see people. Come here. Come on. Oh, maybe not on the sweater, though. You're going to pull all the fabric out. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. Zimmy! Hello! Mwah. Hello. Wait, let me grab you proper. Oh, there you go. Look at cat. Look at kitty. Look at him. Love him. He's such a cute babby. He's a very cute babby. Zimmy, thanks for coming to me. I'm sorry I grabbed you so suddenly. Hello. He's so cute. He's cute, precious babe. She's not coming back, is she? She did what she thought was best. I know that. I do. To give all for her beliefs was ever her way. So will we as we must. What greater calling could there be to stand against the dark as defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice, the loss. Oh. It ends when we get a froggy wizard minion. Oh yes, video game. Oh yes. Very nice. Cat cam, cat tree, cat this. Rip cat cam, yeah. I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones, especially Fiamin. Oh my god, no kidding. I will brief Totaro on what we have learned, as well as Eorzea. He may have insight into what the world told us. As for you, sir, after all you have done, I would say you've earned a rest. But there's 3 more X-Packs to go, dude. I ain't resting. Ah, but speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Aymeric while you were away. 'Twould seem he is planning a ceremony of some sort, and would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit. To the Knights Most Heavenly. Do you have any ginger ale, Princess? Because that usually helps with an upset stomach. Terra takes away everything we love as revenge for us enjoying his on-stream pain. Yeah. Yeah, accurate, Sweetling. Unfortunately not. Rest in pepperoni. I would just drink some water and hope it passes. Ah, Master Terrabellum, the Lord Commander left instructions that you were to be shown inside. Sweetling, you're probably right.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope.
True.
Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire, but if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change.
Oh. Huh? Good lord, there's so many story beats going on. I genuinely...
It is nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen.
I genuinely forgot about Nidhogg. With everything going on, like searching for our companions, I forgot about Nidhogg for a hot minute.
It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers.
Neon, hi,
but
welcome in.
In so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead.
How you doing, Neon? Welcome in. How's Thursday treating you? Is it a bones day or a no bones day?
I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Ravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there, seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. It would not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all. Oh, and one more thing. A drink. We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
Amric wants to have a drink with us, you guys. Why Sag? Why Sag? What? Why? There you go. I was like trying to force him to nod. I'm like, yes, say yes. Usually these different story beats would be separated due to waiting for them to release, so it probably doesn't feel, does feel like a lot being able to do them all together. It's not overwhelming, it's just a lot. It's just a lot going on. I don't find it necessarily overwhelming or chaotic, it's just like, yeah, there's multiple moving parts in the story right now. Not a bad thing at all. It's a regular week. Also, hi, Mac. Mac, you're being addressed. Lucia! We're here. Milk Nightclub in Shout Chat? What is Milk Nightclub? That sounds lewd? The Lord Commander said you would come, sir. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Amric wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the result. 'Twas not my war, but I made it mine, and to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I am rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go rest. I will not keep you. Someone advertising their venue. People have parties and shit in housing. Oh, that's crazy. If you would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest, make your presence known to the people, and so forth. In addition to those who have come from afar and wide to attend this ceremony, you may meet Lords Artoirel and Amanelaine, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you'd excuse me, I must needs return to my duty. I hate must needs. They say must needs all the fucking time, and I hate it. It's such an awkward mouthfeel to say must needs. I don't like it. I'm glad to see that the rumors were true. Well met, Master Terrabellum, and fear not. I have no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidofnir may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravani ambassador to a peace conference. Okay. Hehe duty. We must needs warn everybody. Do you know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Aymeric was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And he's more than a fighter too, he's a thinker. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it. By the Fury, me and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand. We've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragonfire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past, so hearing that we're close to reconciliation comes as a great relief. They feeling good. They ill like fire! God damn it, Goldsmith. Do 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 do. Sir Artoirel. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? That was like 30 minutes ago, guy. If you had told me then that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make the fantasy a reality. And here I am laboring to make it so. You bought the fat cat attire? Dude, everybody did. It's crazy. You guys have a weakness for fat cat. It's crazy. Lord Artoirel, if I may. Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority are willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me. They would defy Sir Aymeric's commands? If they dare attack Vidofnir. It will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us, were a lord of House Fortemp present. You bought the fat cat mount a long time ago. Ah yes, someone else who spent their money the same as I. I understand completely, let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Amanelaine while I'm away? As you know, he has been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to be suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty. A simple but honorable charge, unlikely to expose him to the danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though it may be. Sweetling? I do it sometimes when I have the energy. Thank you, my friend. I promise you will not be long. The issue is there's so many characters that I start blending people's voices together. I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy, guarding this tavern as it were. Oh, I see now. Artoirel thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers, yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to be devoured by wolves, oh no. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if I may. Right, there. Those are the points our scouts marked for patrol. I'll leave it to you, old boy. Come, Honoroy. I must return to my rounds. What character has the goofy voice? Gorsh! Oh dear! Do be careful, my lord. There you go, Honorite does. Honorite has like no speaking parts, so I don't mind. Wolves roam in packs arisen. Izagi, you're new here. Did you know that Dragon's Dogma is one of my favorite games of all time? Such a good game. Goes so hard. I feel like it's underrated and not enough people have actually played it. BRB updating phone, I wish the best for you. I hope it doesn't change and ruin everything like they usually do. Who could it be now? Wolves! They like fire. One of yours as well? You are a human of good taste, Izagi. I knew I could trust you. A Scoozy parting through, killing some wolves. It's really weird that there's level 60 wolves in a level 50 region. How did they become so much more powerful than the rest of the creatures in the region? What experience were they farming? Report to a mana lane? I think you mean warp to the crystal. Do. I think in terms of Dragon's Dogma, I think the most fun experience in terms of combat was probably playing like a rogue. I played quite a few different builds in Dragon's Dogma, but as a rogue, it was really fun to climb all over like the really large creatures and attack their weak points. Like climbing on top of a Cyclops and hacking at his eye was too much fun. Sir Terrabellum, Wolf's Bane. It pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds and that all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made this, that arsonist confess. Clever that. Thancred. Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. Yeah, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. Madeline, you piece of shit. Oh, dude, I forgot about Magic Archer. I forgot about Magic Archer. Do you know what was the most fun thing in Dragon's Dogma? There's a spell that Magic Archers get access to where they light themselves on fire. How could I forget? How could I forget? That was my favorite thing to do. Light myself on fire, jump on the enemy, and then be like a burning blaze of damage on their weak spot while also stabbing them in the eye. It was so satisfying. Crystal's Dragon's Dogma is a great RPG if you haven't had the chance. I highly recommend. That and I never took that ability. I never killed my pawn to make the super arrow. I never did that one. But I did like lighting myself on fire. It was very, very enjoyable. Also, Mystic Knights are really fun because they can summon an orb in front of them, and then if you attack the orb, it shoots out homing projectiles. Dude, Dragon's Dogma is just such a good game. Play Dragon's Dogma. If you're listening to me right now talk, and you haven't played Dragon's Dogma, and you're like, I'm not sure, play it. It's a great game. What is Dragon's Dogma on? I've heard about it, but never played it. I think it's on every console at this point, including PC. It's an older game, like maybe 5 years old, maybe a bit more. Actually, probably more. Oh my God, I'm time blind. It's probably close to 10 years old if I had to guess. Oh God. It was cool. It could one-shot things if you stacked enough buffs. That's really cool. Fancy meeting you here, sir. 'Twas fortune I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let us return to Falcon's Nest then, and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. It was, oh god, it's old as shit. Yeah, it was originally Xbox 360 and PS3. Oh man, my time blindness is too real. Yes, you're absolute. Wow, Izagi, you have as much memory as the game as I do. You could do that. If you perfect guarded on top of your magic cannon, it would release like a multi-hit projectile that would fire off your cannon to lag-inducing levels. So many projectiles. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms, reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there is not left to do but enjoy our well-earned respite. I'll take the potions though. I so sleepy time for beds. Day number 5 in a row of work tomorrow. Oh, sweetling. I wish energy upon you. Much coffee, much caffeine. Normally only work 3 in a row. 5 must be killing you. Oh, and this should of course go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Our Torel wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? Have fun, don't die, uptime, thank you. For once, a suggestion which I agree. Go on ahead, sir, I will join you anon. Mac, have good sleep. Mac, if you're not here to keep me accountable, I will not be accountable for my own actions. Oh. You shouldn't, Mac. Exactly what I'm thinking, Isagi.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat.
Find
I'll be
yourself.
with you in a moment.
Be with me in a moment. Might we have some sausages? I'm going to eat a little bit of sausage. Don't be back at 10. No, go to bed, Mac. It was a prank. You fell for my elaborate ruse.
Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house.
Ooh.
Let's get some colour back in them cheeks.
Oh, color in my cheeks.
Afraid food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people.
So
with
big
cause
for the
to
little
celebrate.
llamas.
To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
The way she said that has me concerned, dude. Oh no! She drugged us.
You were right, mother. You look tired.
She drugged us.
You could do with a good long rest. After all you've done, I say you're dead.
Fuck! Oh no! Nar! Our nar, clear.
Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to
Oh no. How is nobody like sus right now? How is nobody seeing me collapse?
This was never your fight.
Not that TikTok. The condensation clear. This bitch. This bitch. Am I dead? Did she bury me alive? Oh, it's a flashback. What am I talking about? It's a flashback. It's a flashback.
My son. They told me he walks in Halone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
I feel that. I can understand why they're resistant, because then it's like all the loss is for nothing if it's just peace.
We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness. Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do. Makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks?
He sounds like a Fable voice actor.
It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
He does sound like a Fable voice actor. I'm glad it's not just me.
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
He's like a quarter of the male NPCs. Holy crap.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping.
She just left me sleeping on the floor? Also, where's my
You
hat?
have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Do 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 do. Dude, if she somehow like defaced the entire tapestry,
Hear me, brothers and sisters.
I'm gonna be shook.
Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians.
Dravarni.
The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter.
Not the Dravarnians.
Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it! And strike back!
Fuck this bitch. Somebody put an arrow in her.
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Wait, wait, wait.
Yes, my lord.
Wait, wait, wait. If he actually puts an arrow in her, she's gonna become a martyr. Oh no, hang on, hang on, hang on.
See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward.
Oh boy.
This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by Dragon's Fang, or death by Nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
Uh-oh.
What have you done?
Uh-oh.
I only did as you ordered, my lord.
Uh-oh. It's all gone wrong. The Dravarnians.
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
Well, shit. Well, shit. I dare say that could not have played out any worse. Given that the First Commander and Lord Artoirel are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with a messenger who said that they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Amanalaine has retreated to the barracks and refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore, it falls on us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. The all is lost moment. Certainly, dude. My wife and I fell while fleeing the others at first. The Chudurgurgans tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything, and for what? Who could it be now? Boop, boop, beep, boop, boop. They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, my words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it, or will there be others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I ever can. Dun, 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 dun. I'd heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Aymeric take their bloody change and shove it up their arses. I'll not be taken in by that rot again. Well, shit. All we've done is made it significantly worse. Rather than having a peace conference, we've ruined everything. Well, what say you? So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Consequences. Uptime? We're okay, we're okay. Lord Artoirel and First Commander should have returned by now. They got hung up by something. To the tavern then. Their first order of business will be to speak with Lord Amanalaine, and I somehow doubt that he has moved an ilm since last we saw him. My apologies, sir. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. The story's getting spicy. Yeah, it is. There'll be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Lord Emmanuel ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The Churjurjins are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protest, the people seem disillusioned. You spoke with them then? I see. Sir Aymeric placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain that what has happened here. Remember how far we've come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before and will do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more that the promise of that change holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Sir Aymeric's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest, sir. Will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Get up, Emmanuel. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come, Honoroy. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. Honoroy? Honoroy, I could have sworn he was... What's this? What is it then? Here we go. Hello, Honoroy. What you doing over here, lad?
Honorwa!
Oh, Honorwa is how it's pronounced. Honorwa.
No, no. What have they done to you? Honorwa! Honorwa!
They beat the crap out of him? Oh no, poor little manservant.
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Well, that doesn't sound like the goofy voice I gave him.
You imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise.
Why is he speaking so creepy?
So much joy. And you know that better than any.
The tone of his voice is kind of creepy. Huh?
Honorwa?
Calm
yourself. The boy will live.
Oh.
But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Chirurgeon without delay.
Chirurgeon is how it's pronounced? Also, I thought he just fucking died. I don't trust anything in this video game anymore.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to
Calm
pieces!
yourself. We're not killing another one. Literally.
Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
You're supposed to let her protest.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
Oh! Well, you just made your choice. Prepare to live with the consequences.
You know about consequences. You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
This kid's about to get decked. Oh! Let's go, dude.
Nothing about you.
Spark Kirby!
I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed.
Okay. You came in at a very serious moment. Hello, Spark Kirby. Let me give you a shout out. There you go. Welcome to Lunar Lux Chapter 1. I've never heard of it. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with horror streams, drinking streams, and everything in between. Welcome in. How was your stream? How are you? We just watched a whiny little kid get punched in the face, and it was glorious. It was fantastic. We're so happy to have you.
Learn to live with it. I have.
Dude, get his ass. I want to see Thancred punch him again. One more time. Kick him in the ribs. Break his ankles. Had a lot of fun. What is that game like? I've never heard of that. Lunar Lux. Get fricked. I will take him to the Chirurgeons. It is the least I can do. I don't like that word. That's such a hard word to pronounce. That's a bit much for him being a bit of a brat. I think it's measured. I think it's a measured response. I think breaking the ankles and kicking them in the ribs, I think that's a measured response. I think it's okay. The punch was fair. Yeah, no, it's a bit extreme. An RPG, it also has a demo for now. Oh, were you playing the demo? I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is naught to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. But he... Chirurgeon, thank you. You're beautiful. He's like fantastic. Gladiator, Marauder. What am I most likely to play of these? Probably Samurai. Or I could just take the money. Nah, let's take the Samurai sword. What is... How do you wield it? Why do the pugilists get things made out of fire right now? Where's my book? Do they all look like that? No. Everybody except for pugilists got scammed. Nobody else's things ignites into flames. Bruh. It's a scam. On the market board? Chapter 1 got you hooked. And you played some Last Command demo too. Well, I'm glad you had fun. Everyone wants to connect, but unfortunately everyone is also had the great fear of connecting. It's true. There's a fiery Ifrit book you can buy on the market board. Oh, you have my attention. I have no desire to wait for the Lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. And away we go. Demos were damn good. Dude, it's an exciting time for gaming. We go like Knights Most Heavenly, which means return to Foundation. Yes. Whew. Who could it be now? One is coming next year. I mean, that's very soon, especially if it's like Q1 next year. You're expected, sir. Pray proceed. You have high hopes? That's awesome. Next year is only 3 months away. That's insanity to think about. Well, 3 months and some change. I think Shiva and Levi don't have market board books. You need to upgrade those, but I can get the Ifrit one. Speaking of Ifrit, I might attempt another extreme run of his fight by myself. Good luck. Prayed for you. Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, sir. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. It's rumored that my youngest's lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? It was your youngest's lack of judgment. That's what he's saying right now. Oh, they're coming last few months of next year. So, okay, a good amount of wait then. Ooh. I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away, is it any wonder they were left bereft? For what was this sacrifice? Have we naught to show for our suffering? I thought peace was sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmund, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorifying in their excess. One is coming this year, let's go. A difficult path to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other delusion souls to retrace them. Jazz, thank you so much for the host. But as you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve as well, I fear, yet we are not without options. Hi Jess, how you doing? Happy Thursday. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen the ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies, a unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nation's finest. Hosted by Ishgard, in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, a victory under such circumstances would serve as a reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. I'm good, yeah, back to school night today. So just got home like 30 minutes ago. How was it? Are you tired? Was it good? How am I? I'm really good. Thanks for asking. We've had a lot going on in the story right now, and it's spicy. Such a victory would do more to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true. But if we should be defeated, though even to hold our own against the cream of 3 nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well. You may count on my support for what little it is worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Emanelain take part in the Grand Melee. By his deeds has he brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose, sir. Would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the Grand Melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. It was good, but yes, you're heckin' tired. Kick off your shoes, unwind. The day is over. It was good. Just the feeling of finding new games is a good feeling. B-movie! I agree, Spark Kirby. I agree. Being able to get excited about new games is such a blessing. And like, to measure that excitement with realism so that you're not disappointed is the true, like, what's the word? The fine line you need to ride. How is life? Life's so good. B-movie, how are you? So that is their solution. A grand melee to unite the people. And what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You, whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they come to so heavily to rely. Will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? We've come this far, have we not? Good, glad to hear it. Well, when you put it like that, I suppose it would be a shame not to see it through to the bitter end. So, for this grand melee of his, Sir Aymeric wishes to field a force comprising both of his temple knights and Hilda's watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. No, it's because you want to hit on her. It's because you want to flirt. He's like, oh, we're going to see Hilda, are we? Oh, okay. Well, I'll meet you there. I go sleepy good night, Spess, I love you. Have good sleep. Well met, sir. Have you spoken with Sir Aymeric? I was aware of the Alliance's requests, so Sir Aymeric would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... It's giving you crosscode vibes. I've never heard of crosscode. Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. It's because he wants to flirt with her. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Okay. Yeet! Hi, Hilda. Oh, it's actually cramps. Oof, princess. Oof. Thancred's been telling me about Sir Aymeric's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join in. It's nice of him to visit us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing, cause we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Here you go. Well, well, seems the first commander's gone and handpicked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Reckon it'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? Good night! Wait, come kiss me. Kiss my face. Chat doesn't get to see. Alright, let's choose a new chess piece. Let's choose a new chess piece. We need something like hella fancy. You guys don't get to see kisses. You gotta pay extra for that. I hate to ask, but haven't you seen our favorite lordling? Oh, you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he is to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I'll search foundation and you the pillars. Okay. You did it! Did you get what you were looking for? Thanks for the hydrate, by the way. Do-do-do. Where am I going? Oh, Jeweled Crows, yeah. Nope, so you go again. Even though you're sweating. Even though you're sweating after it. Crows here, there we go. Give Luna Lux a chance if I have the time. It's a good 1 to 2 hour demo. That's a really digestible amount. Oop. A very, very doable amount. Hello, Manelaine. Hiding in a corner, are we? I carried Honorwa, I think his name was pronounced, to the manor. Our best chirurgeons are tending to him as we speak. He has yet to wake, but surely he will. So Father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. Ah, my beloved family, always making my decisions for me. Aymeric did say it was your choice. No, it's not like that. It's just... Oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You are free to be the man you want to be, whereas I am a son of House Fortomp. Don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it. Until the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me are familiar faces. Brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes, but not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I had convinced myself I was above it, until your friends showed me otherwise. When I saw Honorwa, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame, but in the end, there was only me. Exactly, if I don't like it, it's a demo. I lost nothing by trying it. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Aymeric and make my own decision. Forgotten Night. Bow, bow, bow.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians?
The Dravanians. You got a mount, Cursels? What's it like? Is it one of the unicorns?
Hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion.
Oh, Jesus. Noble, you scared me.
He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Manelaine. I have faith that they will weather this storm
Thanks for the
and
hydro, by the
overcome
way.
every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history.
Oh, and a
cleansed,
stretch,
I
that's a
would not
good
let their
idea.
sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
It's one of the horses. Let's go. Chris, Noble, thanks for all the self-care.
I do.
You got a new desk? Is it one of those like multi-level ones that you can raise? I kind of want one. I kind of want one that I can raise and stand at if I want to.
Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalaine de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Of course. Yes, and I love that's what everyone's first guess is, because they seem kind of great.
To have you join the fray, my lord.
Especially if you're at your desk for hours and hours and hours, it would be nice to have the option to stand if you wanted to. And back when I worked a job all the time where I was standing, I was like, that's the last thing I want to do. But now I kind of do. Sitting for hours on end is kind of tiresome in and of itself.
You'll take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
Just need a good chair. Yeah, I need a new chair. This one's still trying to kill me.
Responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emmerich leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray.
Oh?
An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more.
Indispensable ally. All of our allies are dead. I was like, Estinian? Oh, me.
Beholden to none who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory.
He was talking about me. That's
Warrior
embarrassing.
without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side.
Okay.
I
Don't have to tell me
full knowledge
twice.
of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time?
Of course. Sitting for hours hurts the tailbone. I think I've bruised mine because when I go to stand up, it hurts. I've noticed in certain really like goblin positions when I'm sitting like this for hours, my tailbone starts to hurt. And I think it's because I'm sitting directly on it. So don't sit like a goblin, Noble. Sit like a regular human. And your tailbone will be fine. This isn't a call out, but it's kind of a call out a little bit. Oh, you typically don't. Okay, Posture King. Okay, okay.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
We will take part in a grand melee. But not today. It is 10:01 on the dot, and I usually end at 10. We will raid out instead. You don't sit upright the entire time? Do you slouch down and sit on your tailbone? I'm gonna hazard a guess and say that you do. Boop. Boop. Oh! I want to go to the Haunted Moon! I want to get to Endwalker! I want to go on that moon. I want to land on that moon where the Ascians and the probably Dark Crystal is. I want to be on the Haunted Moon. I need to get there. I gotta keep playing. That's it. We're still playing. No, I'm just kidding. You sit as far back as you can and you lean the chair back. Oh God! Like, hang on. Let me release the support. Wait, how do I release the support? All right, this is. Oh my God. Is it gonna? Am I gonna die? Oh my God! Am I gonna die? Okay, this is where it stops. This is too much backward. Who? Why would I want to sit like this? Why does the chair do this? For what reason? For what oh, did black screen help? Final Fantasy? It doesn't want me to leave. Oh, it's not responding. Oh. I think it's dead. We're okay. 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 We're gonna raid out. We're gonna raid out, gamers. I'm scared how quickly you're catching up, Terra. Crystals. Play Stormblood. I'm gonna be there soon. Like one more stream, maybe. I have no idea how far in I am right now, but play Stormblood. Boom. No way. Okay, I know we rated Jax super recently, but Jax is playing Outer Wilds, my absolute favorite game of all time. If I see it, I raid. It's just that easy. That is where I'm sending you guys. Jax is really good vibes, and they're playing Outer Wilds. Be Still My Beating Heart. There's our raid messages. You guys are gonna love Jax, I guarantee you. Also, they're playing Outer Wilds. Need I say more? I love Outer Wilds so fucking much. I love you guys so fucking much. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for being here. I'll be back tomorrow. We're doing more horror stream. We're doing, I think, Inside the Backrooms, and we might be done it early. And if we are, I don't know what we're gonna play. I'll have to find another horror game to play. Or maybe more Final Fantasy. No, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Or would I? You don't know me. I love you guys. Bye! Join the Discord! Get in, get your bunts in.